Lord and Savior Minarchy. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
We have rates to contact us at KLRNradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome to Inquiry, a dialogue about a topic to be named later. I'm your humble respondent, Stephen Hall, here to answer questions posed to me by our interrogator. Our guest interrogator today is Queen Velvet.
Hello.
And our regular interrogator, the Rogue Elf, is currently on sabbatical for a couple more months, I think. I'm not quite sure how long that's going to be. So what topic do we have for today?
Today, I would like to talk about the strife between Elizabeth I and Mary, Queen of Scots.
Okay. This is one I have to confess that Aggie gave me a heads up on, so I did have a chance to actually look at it. And this one isn't the surprise that it normally is. So contrary to our normal routine, I'm not going into this completely blind. Not that it tells me anything I didn't know, but a few things that details I didn't quite remember, which are actually quite relevant. So, for those in the audience, would you care to elaborate on this, or do you want me to go into the background?
Pretty sure she's waiting for you.
I think she's waiting on me.
Well, no, I mean, I will say, because I don't know a whole bunch of history stuff. I, of course, had heard of Elizabeth I and Mary, Queen of Scots, and how Henry VIII was involved in all that stuff. But I did not realize that they were first cousins once removed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, it's interesting to me how that, whole area is really the same family, which I kind of knew, but yeah, it's all very incestuous.
I don't know that was incestuous. That's more of the Habsburg thing. You get the Habsburg chant. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
To understand what's going on between these two, there's some background information that you have to know, or it doesn't make a lot of sense. And we would call it background information. At the time, it was something for them in England and Scotland far more foundational. It is upon which a lot of their society was built. And this would have been pervasive in their politics of the society at the time. And a couple things going on is you're right in the middle of the Protestant Reformation.
Yep.
And this plays a key part. You are creating dynastic nations, which most people don't understand the concept of dynastic empire versus a national empire. But you're starting to see the emergence of nationalism, which colors a lot of what's going on. And then at the same time, you got the personal relationships between them, which everybody focuses on. But it's hard to understand without the background of what's going on politically, religiously. Traditionally, you have a king, and the people of that kingdom are generally the same culture, the same religion. Once you have a dynastic empire, that doesn't necessarily follow.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I was going to ask why is it so different?
Well, because you inherit property by marriage,
Right.
by inheritance, by whatever the line of inheritance, and different countries have different systems of inheritance of who becomes the king. Going back to the Frankish Empire, which always tended to break up into smaller kingdoms because they didn't have the concept of primogeniture, they divided the property of the father equally among his sons.
Okay.
So when Charlemagne dies, his empire gets split into what will later become France, Germany, and northern Italy. You got Eastern Gaul, Western Gaul, and the Central Gaul. And then, of course, the Central Gaul got wiped out fairly quickly. And then they would fight to rebuild their kingdoms. But you could also inherit a kingdom, which is something from a nation state standpoint seems really odd to us.
Right.
And this is one of the things that brings about Hitler. And this is very touching upon some of the stuff that's occurring today. Is most people don't know why Hitler was so popular, and it had to do with the rising nation state. That Germany, to a large extent, missed out on the concept of the nation state. And in World War I, you had one of the last remaining dynastic states, dynastic empires, which was the Habsburgs. Of course, they changed it from the Habsburg Empire to we're now the Austria-Hungarian Empire with Austria-Hungarians, Slavs, and one other group in there I can't think of at the moment. But you had a bunch of different ethnic groups, and at a time when people are trying to get states built around the people.
Okay, right. And the culture.
So one of the things that happens after World War I is that gets broken up into various countries.
Okay.
You got the Czechs, the Slavs, or Czechs, the Hungarians, the Austrians. But back at this time, you really had that religious divide. And one of the things you have to understand is the history of Mary, Queen of Scots. Is she was Queen of Scotland by inheritance,
right?
But she spent almost no time in Scotland.
Right.
And you have to understand that, in England, King Henry had already created the Anglican Church, and they were now Protestants.
Right. Mary was not.
Scots were Protestants before that, but Mary wasn't.
Right.
So this is a time period, and throughout all of Europe, where you often have a leader who is not the same religion as their subjects. You also have people which are maybe subject to one king in one instance and a king in their own right in another, which is one of the things that happened with the kings of England. So you get a strange, disjointed governmental system.
Okay.
Such as in the centuries leading up to this, the King of England was also a subject of France.
Okay.
And they
So were
acquired
you
quite.
loyal to the King of England or the King of France?
No, he was a subject in France and the King of England.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you're in England, who do you really consider your king?
Well, that's your king. But if you're in France, your king's somebody else, but this guy's in charge of your land as your local lord.
I'd never go to France.
Well, I mean, when you had the Norman conquest, Normandy was a county of France.
Right.
And of course, the Plantagenets later inherit that, and so they were subjects of the King of France.
Okay.
And at one point in time, they controlled half of France, more land than the King of France alone controlled.
Okay.
In addition to England. Because when he took over England, he became King of England.
Okay.
But his holdings in France, which were much more lucrative, prosperous,
Okay.
more valuable. And that's why a lot of your early English kings after the conquest spent more of their time in France.
So it's nicer.
It's nicer. There's more money.
There you go.
You can recruit armies from England, but you're fighting in France because you really want to be king of France and England, but you're not technically the king of France.
Okay.
At the same time, that's going on in history. Now you have the Protestant Reformation, starting with John Wycliffe in England, about a couple hundred years before this. And this touches upon Shakespeare because you know the story of Hamlet, right?
Yes.
And the significant religious connotations thereof.
Yes. Don't ask me to explain it, but it's in my brain somewhere.
Because Hamlet went to University of Wittenberg.
Right.
And anybody at the time in England knows fully well what they're referring to when they refer to him being a student at Wittenberg.
Okay.
That's where Martin Luther posted those 95 questions. That's the heart of the Protestant Reformation.
Okay.
So Hamlet being the hero, he's telling the current king or queen of England, I can't remember which it was, I think it was Queen of England, that they were he was supporting of the Protestants. And of course, later they would do other plays that would say, no, we're really supporting the Catholics.
Yeah, playing both sides.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just like today.
Subtle enough that you couldn't say that that's what he said, but obvious enough that anybody who knows what's going on is going, yeah, he's sucking up to the royalty so that he doesn't get his head on the chopping block or burn at the stake like these other people are getting.
Self-preservation is important.
Yeah, surviving the 16th century was really an art.
Well, nobody gets out of life alive, so.
So you have, at this time, Mary is born and raised Catholic, pledged to marry the Dauphin. Now, do you know who the Dauphin was?
No.
Okay, the Dauphin was for France what the Prince of Wales is for England.
Okay.
It's the title you give to the heir apparent.
The
person who's going to inherit the kingdom.
Gotcha.
And being the only offspring of the King of Scotland, she's set to inherit the throne. If she marries the Dauphin, then France gains Scotland. And becomes when they have children, France and Scotland would be part of the same country.
Right.
Which is kind of weird. You skip over England and you now have Scotland.
You put the squeeze on England then.
Yeah. So both England and Dolphin, not quite, but okay, close enough, MD. And MD points out that it is weird how rapidly, deeply Catholic Scotland switched to Protestantism. Not so much when you realize that back in the 1300s, the entire country had been excommunicated. So they kind of held a grudge. Not that Scottish people would ever hold a grudge or anything.
Oh.
Mr. Campbell would know no such thing.
Yeah, me neither. Remember, on St. Patrick's Day, everybody's Irish except the Scottish. We're still Scottish.
Right. Except I'm part Scottish and part Irish, so.
Well, whatever you got to do to reconcile that in your own head, I'm sorry, but.
And I'm part English and part French too, so. It's a
My
Scots
kids are Irish.
Irish thing, which is funny because the Scots Irish are neither Scottish nor Irish. Anyway, so Mary is born Catholic, goes to France to be educated because you have a Protestant Scotland going, maybe this isn't the safest place to keep her. So they
Makes
send her off
sense.
to France to be educated. She's going to marry the Dauphin anyway, so why not? Years go by, so she's spending most of her youth, and as a decade goes by, she gets married to the Dauphin, and he dies within a year.
So
Well,
then she's the queen.
They're with the whole plan of uniting Scotland and France as a political move.
Oh, no kids.
No kids, so
Right.
she's queen. She's not married to the heir of France anymore, so France has no claim on Scotland.
Okay.
Okay, so she comes back to Scotland, and now she's queen as a Catholic queen with a Protestant nation.
Well, what do you do there?
Well, it's fine until her personal life gets involved. We'll get into that in a little bit.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, her personal life kind of screws things up, but that's all right. They're not too unhappy with that. She's generally letting them be Protestant. She's not trying to convert anybody, so.
It's all right.
Now, I was just watching Mr. Campbell saying his clan motto, never forget, which basically means hold a grudge.
There you go.
So, in the meantime, what you have going on in England, now that Henry VIII, with a bunch of these kids from a bunch of different wives, trying to claim who has control of England.
Right.
And understand they still want Scotland. France still wants Scotland because it's a landing for France and territorial expansion for England. Mary is the rightful, well, first it was, never mind, I think it was James, but Mary becomes Queen of England. Mary is Catholic, England is Protestant. Very similar situation to Mary, Queen of Scots.
Right.
Which is why they say Mary, Queen of Scots, because Mary, Queen of England was almost the same boat, except for the fact that she had bad health. She was in ill health. Well, her younger daughter, Elizabeth, is kind of growing up in the same situation. She's Protestant in a country with a Catholic monarch, and Mary doesn't really know what to do with her, so she kind of imprisons her in, to imprison a noble is basically saying, you're staying on this estate. You have to live in a castle mansion.
Right. So it's like real nice house arrest.
Yeah, it's a real nice house arrest.
Could be worse.
Yeah. So you're basically left to your own devices as long as you don't cause any problems. Or as long as your supporters don't cause any problems. Because a king or queen is basically a pawn to a large extent.
Right.
Because you're now seeing, instead of everybody worried about what the Catholic Church says to become king, you're now worried about what the nobles say, because war technology has changed. Because we now have things like gunpowder. And a king is now dependent on his nobles for his military power.
Okay.
Yeah. Things like war between France and England with Agincourt and things like that. Your conquest is depending on your army, not so much on the religion of the Pope. So the Catholic Church's power in secular affairs has been waning for a couple centuries.
Okay.
For about 2.5 to 3 centuries. But they will rally around the person who has a legitimate claim to the throne, those nobles will get there to throw off the other nobles who are currently in favor.
Okay.
So you have these factions. Well, all of the Protestant factions are wanting uh, Elizabeth
Right.
to be on the throne,
Naturally.
not Mary. Keeps them from getting burned at the stake and executed by large axe to the neck.
Yeah.
You know, so they have an
Makes
incentive.
sense. Yeah.
There's a reason she was called Bloody Mary.
Right.
It's to kill a bunch of people who were otherwise Protestant and likely to not want her to be the ruler. But she was also childless, so she's went back and forth between, wanting to execute her sister for not being head of a rebellion against her, but being the symbol of the rebellion against her.
Okay.
So eventually she dies. Elizabeth takes the throne. Now we get to, she's now Protestant. She reaffirms the Protestantism of the Church of England. And the Spanish are now on the outs because the Spanish and the French are the big Catholic countries.
Okay.
You still have a bunch of Catholics living in England, but it's now predominantly a what do you call it? It's a Protestant country with a bunch of different denominations, but Calvinists more to a large extent.
Okay.
Well, now that she's trying to secure her power, Mary, Queen of Scots, gets into a bunch of personal drama. And the personal drama becomes really strange because when you look back in history, having somebody's friend be murdered by their husband, that's politics in a dynastic country.
All right.
So when her good friend and advisor is killed by her husband, even though she's the queen, she's married and has a husband that's a Scottish lord.
Okay. Mary's husband killed the BFF?
No, Mary, Queen of Scots.
Right.
Mary, Queen of Scots, her husband, don't know that he killed him, but it was suspected that he did.
That he killed her best friend?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he was jealous.
Maybe.
Were they lesbians?
We don't really know.
I bet they were.
I don't know, but in about a year later, there's an explosion that occurs that kills him.
Well, yeah, because he killed her girlfriend.
It wasn't a girlfriend, it was a guy.
What?
It was a guy that he killed, one of her advisors.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I assumed it would be her BFF would be a girl.
Yeah,
that was silly of me.
We don't know that he killed him.
Right. But we think he did.
Might have. And then a year later, he dies in an explosion. Remember, gunpowder is this new thing.
Well, maybe Mary killed them both.
Possibly, but we don't know that. But interesting thing happens is the guy accused of setting off that explosion goes on trial, gets acquitted, and then marries Mary, Queen of Scots.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because when I said it was scandalous, I didn't realize how scandalous. Wow. Interesting.
So needless to say, the Lords of Scotland are not real happy with the situation.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. A little shady.
They were okay with her being Catholic.
Yeah.
Not real happy with, her husband dying in an explosion and marrying the person who was accused, although acquitted, of that guy, of her husband's death.
That's a little weird.
And odd that happens just shortly after her advisor was killed.
Yeah.
Happenstance being what it is.
Interesting.
She wasn't Queen of Scotland for very long.
Okay.
So she appeals to her cousin. First cousin was removed. The Queen of England now, who is Elizabeth.
Yes.
For refuge in that country. Well,
that didn't go well.
It did, kind of.
Well, kind of.
she kind of invites her down. She puts her up in a couple castles here and there, but kind of places her under the similar type of arrangement she was when she was growing up.
Right. The fancy house arrest.
Fancy house arrest. Why? Because I can imagine Queen Elizabeth is seeing a very kindred spirit.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
You have a Catholic queen over a Protestant nation. You now have a Protestant queen with a bunch of Catholics running around, with a Protestant queen over, or she was in a kingdom under house arrest when you had a Catholic queen over a Protestant nation.
Right.
She was the one imprisoned, or under the fancy house arrest, with the Catholic queen.
Right.
And now her cousin is in the same position, but kind of a reverse of the coin. It's a flip side.
Yep.
Because now it's her cousin who was the Catholic queen who is now under house arrest with the Protestant thing.
Well, so was Elizabeth worried that Mary would overtake her? Like, did she see her as a threat?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
You're getting ahead of me.
Sorry. This is why I don't ask questions.
No, you're absolutely right, but we'll see why. It wasn't her, but it was. Anyway, so you can imagine that your cousin is in the same situation you were 10 years earlier when you weren't sure if you were going to get executed because Mary, Queen of England, might consider you a threat.
Right.
Yeah. So if that was your cousin in the same situation you were in 10 or 15 years ago, what would you think? You're going to have a certain affinity to that.
Well, yeah, for sure.
You understand it. You understand her position. And you understand she's not completely in control of everything that goes on.
Right.
Little gossip scandals aside that we talked about. So, are they antagonistic? I don't think so. I imagine a lot of sympathy and empathy between them.
So then why'd you put her under fancy house arrest?
Well, because
she's a Catholic in the Protestant nation and bad things would happen?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's more like witness protection.
It's also because Mary, Queen of Scots, because her first cousin was removed, had a claim upon the throne under Catholic law.
Oh.
Because Queen Elizabeth was to the Catholics a bastard.
Right.
I don't mean she was mean to them. I mean she was
because the marriage of her parents was annulled.
Yeah, the marriage of her parents was illegitimate. It was under a Catholic marriage, and therefore, being a bastard in legal terms means you cannot inherit. That's what the term is for, is the line of succession, the line of inheritance. If you're a bastard, you cannot inherit from your parents, from your father.
Right.
So the Catholic claim is that Elizabeth was a bastard, therefore Mary, Queen of Scots, was the rightful Queen of England. But you're still going to have a Protestant nation, so it's a really hard upsell.
Yeah.
So there's this lingering threat that she has a legitimate claim under Catholic law,
right,
to be Queen of England. So you can't really let her run free because not that she may do something, but everybody's going to flock around her.
Right.
And once you got an army surrounding you, you kind of do what they say.
Yeah.
And you become the de facto head of the army, even though you may not have done anything.
There you go.
That's where the kings, queens, and princesses become pawns more than independent actors.
Right. Makes sense.
And you have factions backed by the Spanish, of course, because this whole Protestant Reformation thing threatens, it could expand into France and Spain. And what are they going to do then?
Right. Then they'll be Protestants. Crazy Protestants.
Yeah. What those Protestants do is they tend to get rid of the current king and get somebody else.
Yeah. Well, we don't want no Catholics. Bless you. Although my Presbyterian church brings in more Catholics than any other Presbyterian church in town for our potlucks. They're kind of legendary.
Well, you're in the south, or you're in the north, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the north.
I was gonna say, if you're in the south, it's food.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Uh, so there was all of these dynamics working on this relationship. So what do you have? You have she bounces from house to house, a few years here, a few years there, for 18 years.
It's a lot of couch surfing.
It is. But that fancy house arrest, if she didn't like her, she wouldn't have kept her around for 18 years.
Right. She would just kill her.
Right. And you can find plenty of excuses. It isn't
Right.
until she faces a rebellion of the Catholic faction holding up Mary Queen of Scots as the ruler that she then, one, she's been on the throne for over 18 years, almost 20 years. And if you know anything about Elizabeth I's life, she becomes emotionally harder as she goes through her own personal scandals.
These ladies, I tell you.
Well, there was what was the name? Woolworth, Wolsey, something like that. Basically, reestablishing the Church of England. The person she was in love with a married man who was seeing somebody else, and it was a big scandal. And
Man.
she had her own whole peccadillos. That's when she ends up becoming the Virgin Queen, paints her face white, and becomes pretty much a symbol as opposed to a person.
Okay.
And she turns herself into a really hard-nosed symbol of authority.
Oh.
Well, now she's become this, far less emotional person who is being a monarch as opposed to just being a woman who happens to be queen.
Gotcha.
So she's undergoing a transformation over these 18 years herself.
Right.
So the idea of you're forgiving your cousin, but this isn't a cousin, this is another claimant to the throne. This is a claimant to the throne around which a rebellion has started once.
Right.
So no matter how much you like her, she's got to go.
Well, and it sounds like personally too, like, she didn't like her as much anymore. Or like her heart was hardened, so she couldn't like her as much anymore.
I think that's more the case.
Could have been menopause.
Could have been. But I think
because...
Of course, I've also seen theories that said that Queen Elizabeth was actually a guy, but...
Ooh, well, it would have been menopause then.
Yeah, those are more outlandish conspiracy theories. That one hasn't been proven. Something to throw out there that it does exist, though.
Wow.
Which would explain the whole Virgin Queen thing.
So why do they, or is that why people think she's a guy because she was the Virgin Queen?
Well, yeah, she didn't ever have kids.
So was there anything else? Although I suppose that was a big deal.
She always wore these big ruffles around her neck. Maybe that's how I get it. She had pasty white skin with this lead-based makeup that would white makeup that she covered her face in.
No, maybe. There's a lot to unpack here.
And that guy that she was enamored with, if it was a guy, then that would be
Robert
another.
Dudley.
Yeah, that was it. You looked it up. I don't remember names.
You're doing great. Don't worry.
Definitely a lot going on in their personal lives and their public lives, and it's meshing. At the same time, you have these religious and political changes going on. So when you're looking at their relationship, I don't think there was any personal animosity. If there was personal animosity, you would have sent her back to Scotland, let them deal with her.
Right.
You don't go, oh, here's a castle. You can live there for a while.
Yeah.
Just don't leave that castle because you're Catholic in a Protestant nation. And they'll use you to try to take my throne because you have a claim on my throne. On the other hand, if you didn't like the person, you're saying you're going, she's got a claim on my throne, she's got to go.
Right. Well, when you lose the emotion and get all professional, And
I think that's a large extent of what ended up happening. Was they were just emotionally further and further distanced. She was surrounded by people she didn't trust. Or, according to the conspiracy theory, he was surrounded by people he couldn't trust.
Right.
And, what do you do with the person that has the Catholic claim to your throne when the Catholics are starting to create rebellions around it? you get
It's
rid of
so
the problem.
crazy to me how like Catholics and Protestants fight and everything.
Well,
Like I see it on X, and it's like,
it was a
why you gotta be so
combination.
mean?
Well, it was a combination of you have your politics going in there, and you have your power struggles between factions.
Yeah,
And particularly when you get to England, Ireland, Scotland, the
that's pretty
religion,
serious in Ireland. So
but the
who
religion faction
was?
really affects how you perceive the other people.
Yeah, it makes sense. So
I
in
mean,
Ireland, the people that would blow all this stuff up, the IRA, were they Catholics or Protestants?
they were Catholic, but the people who were sent to conquer them by the kings of England were the Scots Irish, who
Okay,
were neither Scottish nor Irish.
what are they?
They were people in northern England. When England wanted to invade Scotland, they said, "We will give you land up in Scotland if you fill up our ranks of our army." So they joined the army for the prospect of land.
Gotcha.
They went north and they became the Scots. When another king of England decides he wants to take over Ireland, he promises them land in Ireland.
Hmm.
So they move them over there to be the front lines in conquering Ireland. And that's why
Alrighty.
Northern Ireland is half Protestant.
Okay.
So most of, all the Scots Irish basically wanted to do for the last 400 or 500 years is to be left alone.
Well, you will
And
be
they,
made to care.
and they have been repeatedly promised, if you go here, you fight this war, you'll be okay, you live on your own, we're not going to really bother you.
Yeah. Until we have another war we need to fight.
Yeah. So then when they're being made the front lines in Ireland, a lot of them move to this new colony in America,
And here we are.
where they fill up Appalachia.
Okay.
Most of Appalachia, or whichever, gets settled by the Scots Irish.
Right.
These are my ancestors. And they don't like the king because of the past things with Scotland and with Ireland and having the rug pulled out from under them every time they turn around.
Right.
And of course, they bring their tradition of making whiskey with them. And so they fight against, in the Revolutionary War, on the promise that they're going to have land and they're going to be left to their own devices and nobody's going to bother them. And they fight in the Revolutionary War. We create a country called the United States. And what's the first law they pass?
Probably that the Scotch Irish have to go fight another war.
No. There's whiskey tax.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We're going to tax them. Not everybody else, these people. So every time they move into a place, they start being leveled more taxes, and then like, okay. So
that stinks.
So if you wonder where the moonshiners came from,
there you go. Makes sense.
That whiskey rebellion is they've done this for several hundred years, and every time they're promised liberty and freedom, they go fight the war, they settle down, and they get
and they do the thing, and they get screwed.
We didn't give you that much. You really are subjects, you peasants.
Jeez.
So they did that with Scotland, and they did that with Ireland, and they did that with Appalachia, and then America comes and does it again. So yeah, there's a big distrust of government in Appalachia.
That's definitely a place where people want to be left alone for sure.
And that's why.
Seriously, left alone.
Every time they try to be left alone, other people are imposing upon them.
Yeah, of course.
On the other hand, they're hardy, and you can't really get rid of them.
Well, I mean, that's why those are the kind of people you want fighting your wars for you.
Well, you throw them against the Highlanders and the Scots and all that, and then you throw them against the Irish, and then you throw them against the Indians, then you throw them against the English.
Yeah.
And they're still around.
Kind of badass.
Yeah. Not the brightest, but.
Yeah, you don't learn lessons very good.
No. We're not the brightest, but we will survive.
There you go. That's interesting.
But anyway, the relationships we were talking about with Elizabeth and Mary Queen of Scots, it comes back to a family being caught in the middle of politics and being at the center of the politics. And like I said, if you don't understand the dynamics between the Catholics and the Protestants in both Scotland, in Ireland, in France, why would she be the fitting candidate for the Queen of France, the Dauphin's fiance or bride?
Right.
Because she was Catholic. If she was Protestant, that offer would have never been made.
Right.
Because you couldn't run the risk that the King of France would have children which might grow up Protestant.
That would be bad.
That would be bad.
Because then they'd make France Protestant.
Well, then you'd have a Protestant king over a Catholic country instead of a
Right.
Catholic queen over a Protestant country. And you know what they did to the Cathars?
No, tell me.
Wiped out all Cathars, men, women, children, villages.
What Cathars? What's that?
It was a Gnostic sect that didn't really go with in southern France, that the Pope was really not happy with, and they just went and eliminating them.
Gotcha. That was the end of that. Had
Yeah,
enough of that.
the Huguenots would come later, but that was a Protestant movement in France that they just wiped out militarily.
It is amazing how many wars are over religion.
Well, because
Like
your
all of
religion is who you recognize as your authority.
Yeah.
If you got two different kings, who you're going to recognize, and that's
Right.
exactly what happens with Elizabeth and Mary, Queen of Scots. The Catholics recognize one, the Protestants recognize another. Does it matter whether they like each other or not?
No.
Because the Protestants were going to fight each other regardless.
Right. And like you said, it's out of their control. So, just because even if they would have decided to just kind of, remain cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Queen Elizabeth couldn't very well not be Protestant, because then she has no claim to the throne.
Right. Right.
What's she going to go off and take a castle and go, I'm over here, guys, you fight this out?
Yeah, it probably wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work. But if you got a great opportunity for Mary, Queen of Scots, being born Catholic, and France being Catholic, so we can get this land through marriage.
Right.
And the fact that she has a claim on England, that is what you call a casus belli, which is a grounds for a just war, which would give France a claim to England.
You definitely don't want that.
Well, the Queen of England, or if she's married to the Dauphin becomes king, then the Queen of France has a Catholic claim to England, to be Queen of England. And they already have Scotland and France. You can pull Spain in with their military might, and you have the Catholic world trying to take over the legitimate rightful reign of Mary, Queen of Scots. And the Scottish didn't like the English anyway, so the fact that they're going to war against another Protestant nation probably wouldn't bother them that much.
Okay.
I mean, do the Scots really need an excuse to go to war?
No.
Celts never do.
No, definitely not.
I mean, Celts had gods that would bless you if you could compose poetry while in war.
Oh. So if you're like creative and athletic, you're gifted.
Yeah. Well, Scotland was known as a nation of warrior poets.
Okay.
The Irish were warrior drunks.
I was going to say drunks, but warrior too. That's cool.
All Celtic people tended to go to war. It was a pastime. They also hunted heads, but that's a different question.
They also what?
Hunted heads.
Oh.
You take the head of your enemy, you put it outside of your house, and it kept them from haunting you.
Oh. I think a ghost would be less scary than an actual dead dude's head outside my front door.
Well, cultures are different.
I guess.
Yeah, Celts were not necessarily the nicest of people, but they were known for their battlefield prowess. They were the ones who sacked Rome
Nice.
before Rome became the power that they became later.
Well,
They're actually why you had a Roman Empire.
really?
Yeah. The Alpine Celts, the Swiss Alpine Celts area.
Okay.
Celts had a culture where raiding other neighbors was not necessarily a bad thing, so they went and sacked Rome. They defeated the Roman garrison, sent them fleeing up into the hills, sacked Rome, drank wine, stayed there a few months, said, we're bored, we're going home.
They don't like the weather anymore. They wanted to go back to Scotland.
Well, no, they were these
Or
were
the Alps, but whatever.
these were in the
Still
Alps.
not nice, right?
Different group of Celts.
Different group of Celts.
Well, ask Aggie about it sometime. She's from the Iberian Celtic branch.
Okay.
Spain.
Yes.
Spain was settled by the Celts and the Phoenicians.
Okay. Jeez.
So
How do you know all this?
How do you not?
You know what? Good question. I was a former gifted child. I could have been anything. But I chose this.
So often they refer to the Spanish as hot-blooded Celts.
Okay.
Then you got the Basque in the middle, which is kind of weird. But anyway. So basically, after drinking all the wine, partying in Rome for a while, they went home. Rome decides to build a professional army so that this would never happen again.
Ah, okay. But it happened again, I'm betting.
Nope, they improved their military technology, and 20 years later, when they fought the Celts again, they won.
Okay.
And that started the expansion of the Roman Empire.
All right.
So you wouldn't have had a Roman Empire if the Celts weren't bored one day and wanted to have some wine.
Alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems.
Exactly.
Homer knew his stuff.
That's what I just put in the chat. Why did God allow alcohol to be invented? To keep the Celts from ruling the world.
Well, the problem, of course, is that Celts were never an actual unified people. This was never a country. It was a bunch of little groups that had a similar language. Not necessarily a similar culture, not necessarily a similar genetic background, but it's defined by...
So they were like little gangs.
Yeah. Which is why they never
little
created
gangs
an
of
empire,
mean people.
They were just, this clan ruled this area.
Okay. So maybe more like an Indian tribe.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Okay.
Except they hunted heads and set them on pikes and things like that.
Well, I mean,
And
but Indians would scalp you.
And they went into battle naked.
Well, now, see, I've seen that advice on the internet that if someone's going to fight you, just get naked, and chances are they will just forget all about it and run away. It does seem like good advice.
Had to be a Celt that thought of
that. Probably. I wonder if he was drunk or sober, though. That's the question.
Does it matter?
No.
See, that's
it's
one
a
of the
good idea.
Their behavior doesn't change being drunk or sober.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that. I'm pretty much the same.
Okay. So where do we want to go from here? Now that we've pretty much exhausted the topic, what's your thoughts on Elizabeth and Mary?
Well, I thought it was Mary that became the heir, right, when she was like young. What was the one where the one that was supposed to get married? That was Mary, right? I read something real quick that she was 10 years old.
Yeah, Mary, Queen of Scots, did get married, but she was only married for about a year.
But was she really young?
Yeah.
Or was that? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't remember how old she was when she got married, but the Dauphin died about a year later. So there were no issue. There were no heirs to that.
Right.
So the whole political intrigue of marrying the Queen of Scotland to the heir to France went up in smoke because their child would be king of both.
Right. But
Or queen of,
it was an arranged marriage, right?
of course, all political
Yeah.
marriages.
Okay. Well, I mean,
That was
yeah.
the whole purpose. The whole purpose of having a dynastic marriage was to get a claim on somebody else's property.
Right.
And since she was the only child,
So
that was an
crazy.
automatic claim. Now, would Scotland have accepted that? Legally, they wouldn't have had much choice, but a Protestant Scotland versus having a Catholic queen or king in France? Well, they both hate the English. They had something in common.
Here it is. The Dauphin was only, did I say that right? Dauphin? How do you say it? Dauphin? Yeah, see, that not French is definitely not my thing. He was only 3 years old when they were promised to each other.
Yeah.
That's just so crazy. We're just gonna get our kids married.
Well, because it created an ally against England, so help guarantee.
I'm just saying the practice in general.
Well, that's a dynastic empire.
Right.
Before it started turning into a national empire, you didn't identify as an England. You had the kings of England in the early days who didn't speak anything but French, and then people spoke German. Well, I mean,
it's just so interesting how language changes and all of that.
Later, you had Germans from the Habsburgs who became kings of England who didn't speak English. You get Maximilian when you get to the Cinco de Mayo, who was a Habsburg prince.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose. I mean, it came here from over there.
Yeah, and he had a claim to Mexico through France, which you think was France in the middle of Mexico, but when you
is there anywhere like how Canada has where Quebec where everything is French? Is there anything like that? Is there really anything like that anywhere else? Like that
there
seems unique to me, or am I just
once you start getting the rise of the nation state, that falls by the wayside.
Right, but how do you have like Quebec and Canada that's like super French, or like even New Orleans to a certain extent?
Because Quebec and Louisiana Territory were settled by the French. But most of Louisiana Territory didn't have that many people in it. Only down around New Orleans. Yeah. Up in Canada and down in New Orleans, you had the French populations, and then most of the area between was hunting country for furs.
Right. I was going to say furs. I remember that.
So there weren't a lot of people. There were a few settlers, but not a lot.
Okay. Are there any other
Vermont was also a French colony.
Places like that though?
Well, Vermont was a French colony, but they elected to learn English.
Okay. Interesting.
Most of Pennsylvania spoke German.
Right.
New York was a Dutch colony, so most of them spoke Dutch. But they all kind of agreed that they were going to speak English once England took over the land. Once England became the thing, so they all learned English.
Okay. Well, that
Quebec
makes sense.
were stubborn and said, nope, we're not going to do it. We're going to keep speaking French.
We're going to do us.
And
cool.
Rick is a large cheese puff. Okay.
I had a question, and then we started talking about cheese puffs.
It was a South Park reference. It had to be done.
Well, it's a play on Kennedy. If you speak German, Kennedy, you have a lot of foods which are named after European cities.
Okay.
Yeah. The hot dog, Frankfurter, named after Frankfurt.
Right.
Hamburger.
Well, this is the Berliner thing, whatever he said.
Well, the article, I'm.
Yeah.
We only used to say I am a, as opposed to I am. So if you wanted to say I'm a citizen of Berlin, which is what he wanted to say.
Right.
It would be Ich bin Berliner.
Okay.
But the guy who translated it in the State Department put the ein in there.
Oh.
So he said, I am a cream-filled pastry. I am a Berliner.
I mean, if you know Kennedy's history, it's still not wrong.
True, but
Yeah, probably
nobody
not.
said what they intended to say.
Oh my.
So instead of saying, I'm a citizen of Berlin, everybody's a citizen of Berlin, he said, I am a cream-filled pastry.
Okay.
And the Germans beautifully said,
yes.
they applauded.
Sounds great.
Germans are very nice. If you even remotely attempt their language, you made the attempt. That's a great thing.
Right.
The French are like, you could speak perfect French, and they're like, I don't understand a word you're saying.
Yeah, right.
Of course, my uncle was in
English, you fool.
my uncle was in France. He said that's only in Paris. When you get outside of Paris, they're much more friendly and accommodating.
Oh, just a little snooty in Paris, huh?
Yeah, which
Would
is
have
funny
never
that
thought.
for another Celtic tribe. The
I'm
Paris
looking to
were
see what else I can find here real quick. Do.
But yeah, we get back to it. I don't think she was trying to get rid of her cousin for 18 years because you don't keep him around for 18 years if you don't like him. But 20 years on the throne, you become a little hard-hearted and
had she, though,
expendable.
Had she killed her earlier, do you think it would have caused her problems? Would there have been any reason that England would have been mad?
On how she did it and what excuse she came up with. She didn't kill her until these other people were rebelling and under the Catholic claim to the throne. And then she said she's leading this thing, even though she may have had nothing to do with it.
Right.
And that gave a reason to do though. You had a legal reason to execute her. Kind of the same way that Elizabeth was when she was young, trying to keep her head down, so Bloody Mary, her sister, had no reason to get rid of her.
Gotcha.
And if you watch the movies and stuff, I don't know how true this is because I haven't looked into the specific history of it, but she had, on her deathbed, just about signed Elizabeth I's death warrant.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
So she had thought about executing Elizabeth I in the same way.
Yeah. Right.
But you have to link them to a rebellion, and that's not that hard to do.
Yeah, probably not.
You have some plot that wants to bring back the old government. Because when you bring back the old government, lands get seized, lands get redistributed, and you can become one of those lords that has that land.
Right.
It's an advancement. So the reason for a lot of the European conflicts are personal advancement. And the politics are really just excuses to advance your family.
That's crazy.
And your estate holdings.
But do you think there would have been any sort of an uprising against Elizabeth if she would have killed Mary earlier?
If she didn't have a plausible, legitimate reason to do so. But it is not hard to manufacture a plausible, legitimate reason.
Okay.
And
they just would have taken whatever reason she gave.
Pretty much. But if she wanted to get rid of her, the easier way would not have been to kill her. It would have been to send her back to Scotland.
True.
Let them do it.
Wipe her hands of her.
Yeah. You say, we're no longer able to accommodate you. We feel sorry. We're sending you back to Edinburgh.
Well, I definitely think it was menopause then. She just lost all her estrogen and just didn't care anymore. She was like, whatever.
I think women have a tendency of being vicious without the excuse of hormones.
They help, though. Maybe that's why we're vicious.
No, I think they're vicious regardless.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the hormones make you vicious. They make you crazy.
You have a redhead. Does she really need the hormone excuse?
No, but
I mean, I think the hair.
Maybe I'm saying trust me on this.
Yeah, never trust me.
I think the hair color might be triggered by the excess hormones. I'm just saying.
It might be. I don't know. Although my hair used to be much, much redder. Much, much redder.
So you're saying you're mellowing? I'm not sure I believe you.
No, she's trying to develop a soul.
Well, no, but it's interesting. I am mellowing a little, not too much though. I wouldn't want anyone to worry.
So you're
I
saying
get too calm. People are
she's
going to
trying to
wonder.
develop, so you're saying she's trying to develop a soul instead of stealing them now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've stolen a lot, and summer's coming, baby. That's when I really get it. I get a lot of souls in the summer. Oh man.
All right. Well, believe it or not, we've come to the end of our time together, ladies and gentlemen. So where can folks find you, Miss Velvet?
Well, I'm on the X. I'm Queen Velvet and TMIWITW. Most interesting woman in the world. But Queen Velvet, you'll find me.
We're gonna have to put together a parody of that thing for you since you stole that. I'm gonna figure out how to
We should. Now, I believe I said this the last time, but there was a vote taken. It's not like this is just something I made up for myself.
Yeah, except what she's not telling everybody is the vote happened in her head.
No, there were other people there, like actual other people, I swear. I'm related to them, but whatever.
Kidding. Steven, where can folks find you?
Well, you can find me every other week here on Inquiry, and I want to thank Velvet for coming on to be our guest interrogator this month.
You're welcome.
Very much appreciated. And I'm over on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, under the hidden disguised name of Stephen L. Hall.
You and your pseudonyms. Make it so difficult for everybody to find you. All right, folks. Hang out for the Conservative Curmudgeon coming up in a couple minutes. I'll be probably taking lead for that show till he pops in, though, because he's still not there yet. So anyway, we will see you guys over there in a minute. Because, yeah, I know he said he was running late. So bye, everybody. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez.
Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis. Now streaming on Freevee.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts.
Like
It's
mine.
new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like.
They
That
like
is
me.
the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
And good evening. I made it.
By the skin of your teeth, but yeah, you made it. You were
I
sliding.
mean, I told you I was going to be coming in hot. And when I tell you I made it, I mean my ass is still hot from the car seat. So
I really thought this conversation was about to go elsewhere, so I'm glad.
oh well, glad I could help.
That was almost a mental image I didn't need. Then you specified car seats. I was like, okay, cool, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, who needs it, right? Who needs an image of my ass in their head?
Well, I mean, certain women probably wouldn't mind. I don't happen to be a woman who mind. So,
I see the chat room is full. I have to apologize because I am so out of it today that I do not know who was on before me. If it was you or Steven.
It was Inquiry.
Inquiry. Okay. Yes. So I hope you are holdover from that, and if not, shame on you. You should be. And we're gonna start checking. We're gonna need notes from your moms, with even a photo ID. Yeah, photo ID for excused absences, and we can debate that on the Senate floor. But wifey's car has heated seats. Yes, I understand. Those are very nice. The ventilated ones are very nice too, especially if you live in the deep South where it's hot and humid 10 months out of the year. But yeah, I mean, if you have a real winter, heated seats, very nice. Very, very, very nice. Anyway. Let's see what's going on out there in the world, oh yeah, they still got this Iran thing. Yes, we're still bombing the hell out of them, and Israel's bombing them, and
bam, 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 bam.
Ohio. What am I missing about Ohio? Oh, well, that's where Raptor is. Okay. I'm figuring it out. I'm a little slow. I'm behind, like I said, I'm behind the power curve here. I have been go all day, and I knew that coming home it was going to be close on the time. So yes, it's all good. Well, you're all good. I'm not. I mean, obviously, there will be lapses in accuracy, professionalism, and there will be also profanity, damn it. So anyway, what do you say about Iran? Still going on. We don't know exactly what the end game is yet. A lot of people think they know, but I'm not even sure the people that know actually know.
So did you hear about the new Iranian policy?
New Iranian policy? No, what is that?
They have declared immediately that all new Ayatollahs should be issued red shirts.
Oh, okay. Red shirts, huh?
Bit of a Star Trek joke for those that aren't sure.
Yeah. Okay. Bit both my cheeks in surgery. Oh man, that sucks. There is nothing worse than biting the inside of your cheek by accident when you're trying to chew food. I mean, that just sucks. Oh, I'm sorry, Raptor. I hope you're healing up well, though. Oh, let's see. Who else is in there? I see Steven's in here. Did I see Ordy? I think I saw Ordy.
I'm just trying to figure out how he's so limber he was able to reach his cheeks. Oh wait, wrong cheeks. My bad.
When you're motivated, you can do all kinds of things.
You can do it.
Oh man. Anyway, I have let's see. I saw Fetterman's comments earlier about the SAVE Act. talking about wanting a clean bill with just photo ID. Well, I understand where he's trying to go. However, just a photo ID won't work, Senator, because lots of states in this country just hand out photo IDs to illegal immigrants for any reason. And if they can just show a photo ID to vote, then we've accomplished nothing. So, yeah. But he said if you just put a clean bill forward with photo ID, that he would vote yes. And,
Well, that's impossible though, because there's too many states that hand out photo IDs now like candy.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
commercial driver's license with no name given.
yeah,
The hell?
exactly. And you know, again, well, you know, look, we don't even have to go to free U.S. passports. There are, I believe is it 68? It may even be higher than that. It may be like 82 countries in this world that issue voter ID cards to their citizens. And everybody gets one if you're a citizen. And they are free if you're a citizen. I just don't understand why this is so hard for us to figure out if third world shitholes can do it.
I mean, I've said for years, you know, especially with the whole, you know, being women doing the whole we can bring home the bacon fried up in the pan. Just reopen selective service and make everybody that hits 18 register and verify citizenship. Problem solved.
You know, it's really not that hard of a problem to solve. The hard part is getting Democrats to agree to it, because the last thing they want are all the illegal voters off the voter rolls.
Well, to be fair, there are quite a few Republicans that don't want them really gone either. Because
I agree, and I have issues with that too. And it's infuriating. I watched a video clip yesterday of John Thune talking about how the SAVE Act not having the votes doesn't have anything to do with his leadership. It has to do with math. And
that video pissed me off.
I mean,
I ranted on that video the day it came out. I ranted on that video for between 3 different shows, almost an hour. Because the thing that pissed me off the most about that video wasn't even the I don't have the votes to get us past the 60. It was, well, we don't even really have the votes to start a talking filibuster.
Yeah, no.
That's not even how that works, fucker.
What really pissed me off was it's not about his leadership. And he's absolutely right about that. Because he has no leadership abilities. He is the most ineffectual, stumble fuck forward senator in my lifetime. He is absolutely useless. He is dead weight to the party, and they should ditch him at their earliest convenience, if not sooner. I mean, who the hell is actually pulling his strings? That's what I want to know. It's not his constituents, because 80% of them want this done. And if he gave half a damn about them, he'd have been working to get it done.
Right.
Yeah, he could withhold funding for anyone voting against it. Oh, yeah, I know. I know he could, but he's not going to.
The Republicans don't like playing hardball. They always want to be the one that everybody gets along with. That's part of their problem.
Well, you know that, and they always think they're taking a higher moral road, and they're not.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I mean, good intentions aside, John Thune could fuck up a free lunch.
Now you just gave me apple pie vibes from, from
Yeah.
American
Remember,
Pie.
we eat the pie. We don't.
I don't know how I feel about the image you just put in my head yet again tonight, sir. Ugh.
What, a free lunch?
No, the Thune doing bad things to a free lunch.
Oh, well, I mean, he would ruin it. I'm just I'm living up to the warning there at the front of the credits.
Is that what we're trying to do? Okay, I get it now.
And yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I don't understand. And I don't the ebb and flow of Republicans in Congress. They go from completely useless to all of a sudden Thune's trying to sound like I've been for this all along. It's just not happening. To Anna Paulina Luna sounding like the most lucid person in Congress over the SAVE Act. And we know that's not the case. And she's a Latina female. Come on, for crying out loud. There's no way she's the most lucid person in Congress.
Oh, you trying to get some machetes?
Oh, hey, look, I said what I said, and I'll stand by it. And I guarantee you, our resident Latina would agree.
I don't know. I've seen her in a bikini. So if she's got a bikini and a brain, I'm kind of down.
Well, I haven't seen the bikini pictures. I've seen the one piece.
Oh yeah, one piece, not bikini.
But... Okay. We're on the same page. And that was a while back, but she still looks good.
In my head, it was bathing suit, and it came out bikini.
She's a good-looking young lady. There's absolutely nothing wrong with noticing that. And she also is intelligent. She just doesn't always use it. And I don't understand why. She could be a firebrand in the party. She could advance up the ladder so fast that it'd be blowing the doors off these backbenchers that have been around for 20 years. So I don't understand why she doesn't use that to her advantage. And then kaboom, this week she is on fire with the SAVE Act and just lighting everybody up over it. I don't get it. Just be that girl all the time. You can do it. Oh. And if you need help, I'm at 888. No, I'm kidding.
Boy. you toying.
5555555. Yeah.
You toying. Your wife's gonna have you sleeping with the fishes.
If I'm lucky. But anyway, that's that SAVE Act. I guess they're still jawing about it on the Senate floor. I don't know. I think it's a very important piece of legislation. I think that it needs to pass. And I think that Trump holding hostage is not the worst idea on it. The only other thing I would like to see passed is TSA getting paid. Like them, hate them, don't care about them one way or the other. They have spent over half of this fiscal year unpaid. And that's bullshit. I don't care what book. So maybe we could get a clean act just to fund them. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, according to the left, they're saying that's one of the things they're trying to keep stopping them, but I haven't really looked at anything the left put up, so I don't really know.
Well, yeah, and again, I am woefully behind on everything that's going on. So, yeah, welcome to my new reality.
That's what
Anyway,
happened when you decide to take on more responsibility at work.
I hate responsibility too, but I damn sure like that paycheck.
In the words of Tommy Pickles, responsibilities suck.
Yes, so do pants.
Team
And so do
notepad.
meetings.
This meeting could have been an email. We need to get you that.
I
t-shirt.
actually, I'm going to post a picture. My lanyard that I wear with my ID badge for work. On the lanyard is printed, "I survived another meeting that should have been an email." So I will take a picture of that tomorrow and post it. It sits in my work truck and.
So, hang on. Let me get something ready here because I got some.
You got something?
I got some breaking news.
He's got some breaking news.
Well,
breaking news from around the globe.
I was gonna hit the button we have for that, but since you beat me
Oh,
to it,
well, go ahead.
well, hang on. I'm trying to get it to load. So far, it's not responding.
We'll see why I did it.
No, not that. I was trying to get the scene to load. All right. Let me make sure this is ready to go.
What have we got here? A Fox News alert.
All right, this just in from Fox News, and it'll probably surprise no one, but I found it interesting.
Sources are saying that Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterror Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. And the investigation predates his departure.
Oh, not shocked at all. Not shocked at all.
Especially when you see a clip from him like less than a month ago talking about how terrible Iran was, and now he's like,
yeah, no, he's always been garbage. I mean, he's just a garbage person, and then to turn around and resign, and then he's on Tucker today.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Dude, I still don't know what the hell happened to fucking Tucker and Megan, dude. I'm just looking at those two going, because I remember, and I've said this before. I remember in 2016, 2017, when Trump started talking all kinds of smack about Megyn Kelly, and it pissed me off. I'm like, did he know something that we didn't know even back then?
Maybe he did.
But then at some point they seem to have smoothed everything over, so I was like, okay, maybe not. And then now she's just, completely just gone completely off the reservation. It's terrible. I haven't even. I used to watch her. I used to watch her podcast at least once a week. There was always I didn't watch it all the time, but there was always an episode or something that I'd hear about that I want to go back and just listen to while I was doing something else. And I haven't been able to turn it on now in like 3 months. I just can't do it.
Yeah, dude, I get it, man. I do. Whoa! What are you doing to me?
Sorry, forgot I was sharing the screen still. I was pushing Michael's promo. He actually did.
I mean, I like Sun Chips. Don't get me wrong, but
that was Michael in the green room. He always posts a picture of the green room snacks when he's hanging out on Gutfeld.
Well, tell him to share the Sun Chips, bastard. God Almighty! I don't know. I know what's for dinner, so I'm anxiously awaiting it, and I've got garlic chicken parm. Yum yum. Okay. Let's see what else is going on. What else is going? Hey, did you guys see the? Well, I should save that. That'll be our happy ending. I'm going to save that for right before we sign off. So yeah, no, you probably didn't see it. It's a local story here, but too freaking cool, and I'm going to recognize them on the air because it was a very good thing they did. So, and it'll be our happy ending later. So yeah, I don't it's Wednesday. We had fish.
So this is interesting because it looks like there may be some saber rattling going on in Qatar. I don't know if you've seen this earlier today, but earlier today,
I did not.
The government of Qatar declared the Iranian embassy's military attaché and security attaché persona non grata. They've been ordered to leave in the next 24 hours. So everybody that's talking about it, this doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. I'm like, dude, when they start expelling embassy personnel, it does mean what you think it means. Just saying.
Well, now hasn't Iran hit them with a missile fire already once?
Yes, that was actually a diplomatic response to the missiles that struck Roslef, an industrial city.
Yeah, they've done them in Bahrain and UAE and yeah, basically anybody they feel has been nicey with Trump.
But yeah, if they're starting to make the move to expel people, I'm starting to hear some interesting rumors about UAE is about to go to town on Iran. Everybody keeps telling me that it's not accurate. And I'm like, from all this little bit I'm seeing, I think it might be more accurate than anybody wants to admit.
I mean, time will tell. Time will tell. You know, we'll see if they're willing to step up. And I mean, now that Iran has been weakened greatly, you know, maybe it is time for those smallers to okay, that makes more sense, Raptor. You're Catholic. Wednesday, fish. Got it.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the dietary restrictions in the Catholic faith.
You know, it's a Lent thing. I get it. I do reverse Lent because I sacrifice too. So
you've made Aggie growl with your reverse Lent stories.
Yeah, I know. The first year I did it when I started posting it all the time. Oh my God, the people were going crazy, man. I got so many comments. They were either laughing their asses off or they were like, "You're disgusting." Oh man, too good. And it didn't even have to be anything big. I would post like a picture of a peanut butter cup, and people would lose their mind over it. Anyway, the good days. I hope you had a happy St. Patrick's Day. I got to wear my favorite St. Patrick's Day socks. It's always a plus. The police sketch Crichton Leprechaun. If you don't remember the story, it was viral the year that it happened, and it's still a thing. So yeah, look it up. The Crichton Leprechaun in Mobile, Alabama. Ah, funny stuff. And I saw somebody on yesterday, I should say, not on Tuesday. Tuesday is yesterday. This is the state of my mind, Rick.
I mean, at least you still have one in a state of some kind.
I have not lost it yet, but it's not in good shape. But yeah, she posted she had the Crichton Leprechaun earrings, and I had not seen those until yesterday, and that was very cool. I think the legend of the Crichton Leprechaun is spreading still and not slowing down. As more and more people discover it, it becomes more and more popular. I have seen the t-shirts. I have now seen the earrings. I have the socks. I don't know what else there is out there, but whatever it is, it's growing. More and more people are catching on. So, yeah, if you're not familiar with the story, a man in Mobile, Alabama, called the police on St. Patrick's Day and told them that he saw a leprechaun in a tree outside of an Irish pub. So they came and he gave a sketch and they took his report and they posted the sketch on TV. And the guy was being interviewed by the local news channel and he turns around while the microphone's in his face and he goes, "Who all done seen the leprechaun? Say yeah!" And the whole crowd screams behind him. And I'm like, you stupid bastards. But it's so funny. It's just so good. And it they actually made a legitimate news story out of it. Legitimate in the fact that, they presented it as a legitimate news story. So, yeah, do yourself a favor, YouTube it because it's hilarious. And you'll notice that there's a GIF or two out there that are based off of that news story that still get used on X and other places. So, like Twitter X, Yeah. X Twitter. I don't know. However you want to say it, it doesn't matter. What does matter is we're at the bottom of the hour, and I'm pretty sure that Rick would like to pay the bills and run a little commercial break here.
We can do that. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead. Hit the button and play my music, the best bumper music in the business.
You are listening to the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show live on KLRNRadio.com. Back after these messages.
Wanna get my body loose, wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding another.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
Yeah. An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow.
It's been an actual nightmare.
To oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez.
Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right, welcome back. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. I see Ordy made the chat room. Zelda's made the chat room. Hello to both of you. Ordy, I saw your comment about Hard Pass. That's hilarious. I don't know what to say, but a large percentage of college grads, West Virginia, Alabama, Kentucky. He lost all 10 states with the highest percentage of college grads. Oh, gee, thank you, Audrey. We had never heard that before.
Way to come into the chat and bring some new material.
Yeah, I mean, bring it on home. Breaking news.
More like breaking snooze.
Yeah.
I just love with everything that's come out about the whole college scene, how they still act like this is some big difference because, we're the most highly educated states. Have you seen what's happened to Ivy League education? I'm not sure that's something that you really want to be bragging about anymore.
I mean, I can tell you now as a corporate, let's just say based on my corporate position, which is above that of the worker bee, I can attest firsthand that being the recipient of higher education in no way equates to one's intelligence. Now, you could have both intelligence and higher education, but one is not indicative of the other by nature. So take that shit and shove it. Ooh, a bitter leprechaun.
Yeah, the Munchkin's talking trash. So,
oh, the Munchkin. Talk about incurring some wrath. Oh man. Wow. Okay, so let's see what else is going on. There's supposed to be some news coming out of the Department of Energy about a nuclear energy launch pad. I don't know what that means. Nuclear energy is like a no-brainer these days. We should be all over nuclear energy to address shortages. And I don't know what they're going to announce, but I think that maybe it's time that we had some new nuclear power plants. I don't know. We'll see. I think it's been a little while since one has been built. Yes, I know about 3 Mile Island, but the technology has come so far. And what we don't need are 80-foot tall windmills that never degrade, buried in the ground after they break and after they kill 1,000 birds. Because those things never biodegrade. Never. And when they knock them down, they just put them in the ground. New coal plant and micronuclear plants. Yes. They say there's no such thing as clean coal. You know what? Maybe that's true, but it's a lot cleaner than it used to be. And it's plentiful. But no, we'd rather be dependent on foreign energy. Fucking politicians. Sick of all of them. All 535 of them. They can roast in a bonfire in hell. What do I care? So, yeah. Well, shit. Here goes my microphone. I saw it kick off. Yeah. It's going to be that. I mean,
Yeah, You're back
we
now.
only got 18 more minutes. You can do it, internet.
Yeah.
Come on, Mediacom. You suck.
You should email your internet company at
What's
a
that?
hamster wheel. You should email your internet company a hamster wheel with a dead hamster on it and tell them this is what my internet's like.
You
when I try
know, they're my only high-speed option here. They absolutely. My other alternative is an AT&T DSL line.
Yeah, well,
I don't think I could live from going from gig to DSL.
Yeah, well, I mean, from kids our age, DSL used to mean something completely different.
Yes, I know. Yeah. I miss those days. No, wait a minute. Anyway. Yeah, so again, end of the road network latency issues, story of my life.
Did you hear about this one? The House has officially passed a bill for automatic deportation of illegal alien welfare fraudsters.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
That should be.
The Senate isn't fighting as hard as the House. The country would
I
be in
mean,
a lot better shape.
well,
right
here's
now.
the thing, though. The Senate's not going to take it up.
Of course they won't.
And Trump can't sign it until after the Senate takes it up. So, yeah, until this whole SAVE Act thing is done. I think that the Republicans should just nuke the freaking filibuster, push SAVE through, and then turn around and push this through, and let's just ram it right up their ass.
Yeah, but
they're going to do it to us as soon as they take charge.
They've already told everybody that's what they're going to do. But
And they did it to us with the Affordable Care Act. 3:00 in the morning, Christmas Eve. Here you go, America. Fuck you. Without one Republican vote. And you think they won't do it again?
Oh, of course they will.
They'll be coming back loaded for bear. They're going to be pissed that Obama and Biden squandered the advantage of having all three branches. Might as well stick it to them first. That's all. I don't have to be the bigger person. If I can get some shit done, I want to get some shit done.
Dude, I am tired of being the bigger person when it comes to this stuff.
Exactly. How long do you got to hold your hat in your hand while they stick their foot up your ass? I'm sick of it. My Virgin John Daly, which is an Arnold Palmer without the lemonade.
Nice.
So it's just tea. I'm drinking a glass of tea. What can I tell you? Excuse me. Anyway, let's see what else is going on out there. I have no friggin' clue. My day starts at 6:30 and it usually ends sometime around now. So I'm completely out of it, and it's amazing that I know you hear me typing.
I finally found somebody who types louder than you do, though, which is surprising.
Oh no, who is that?
Yeah, Paul from Screen Rant, and he was typing the other day, and I thought he was going to blow my damn eardrums out.
Really?
Yeah. He's like, wait, you can hear that? I'm like, not only can I hear it, I'm pretty sure they heard it in their face. Jesus.
Oh, I see that Rand Paul is
Being a
bringing
bitch.
up the important issues over in the confirmation hearing for Mark Wayne Mullen, calling him an angry man.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun today. And then of course one of my local channels put out a, well, apparently Rand Paul is a no. I'm like, yeah, that's because Rand Paul's a whiny little bitch. But
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
I see Macron over in France is calling for a moratorium on striking energy sites in Iran.
Yeah, well.
We should not be targeting their water infrastructure and their electricity and their oil.
We should be targeting whatever it takes to bring the regime to its knees.
Exactly. Exactly. Carpet bomb the whole freaking country.
What was that song about turning paradise into a parking lot?
Yeah. Except I wouldn't exactly call Iran a paradise.
Well, I wouldn't either, but they seem to think it is.
Well, why they keep coming here then?
Good question. I don't have an answer.
Powell. Oh, Jerome Powell. I'm not leaving. Yeah, you kind of are.
Well, he said he's not leaving until the investigation's done. So I honestly think they should have waited to kick all that stuff off till he was already out of there anyway.
Yep.
But that's just me.
Yep. Oh, I see the Democrats put a resolution forward to halt U.S. military strikes against Iran.
Yeah, they're still trying.
Yeah, well, it says Republicans defeated it, so. Yeah, here you go. Here's the big one. Republicans, John Thune quote, Republicans will use the SAVE Act in the midterms if Democrats don't get on board. That's a campaign cudgel now, so.
If we don't pass the SAVE Act, we aren't winning anything in the midterms.
Exactly. And he won't have a damn job. Useless piece of garbage. I stand by my earlier comments on Thune. I don't care if anybody likes him or not. Ordy, I don't know what is wrong, but yours is the only window in chat that is truncated off the right side of the screen.
I think it may have something to do with him being on the bottom. But anyway, he says, consider
is he a bottom?
That's a you and Amish question. My name is Minute and I ain't in it. But he says, consider yourself lucky because I mute when I'm typing. So.
Okay. So he must be heavy-handed too.
Sounds like it.
Well, I have to talk when I type because I do this alone. So, well, I mean with you, but I can't stall and not type. I have to type while I'm stalling. Otherwise, it's useless to stall, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little easier for me because normally what I'll do is I'll just get a clip ready to go play it, and then I'm typing up whatever I'm going to be talking about next while that's playing, so they can't hear me typing. So,
exactly.
It doesn't always work though. So,
I mean, I get it. My day starts at 1 or 2, ends by 10, and that's pretty reasonable. I mean, you working third shift there, huh, Raptor? Then I remember those days. That's not fun. Yeah, I'm a little heavy-handed too, Ordy. Rick always rags me about hearing me type all the time. Anyway, it's all good. Hey, Rick, can they hear me on the other end typing?
Yes.
I know you can. So they hear
Yes.
that too on the other end. Okay. Well, that's
Yes.
interesting.
It might be muffled a little bit because I do have noise cancellation on, but I know they can still hear it because I've heard it in the recordings.
Well, I guess I better not search for anything illicit, huh?
I mean, your computer, search for what you want.
Well, you know, typing out the Morse code there, I mean. Oh, what? A 20-hour day? What the hell? You start
That's
at
how
1
my
to
life
2
used
a.m.
to
and
be.
end at 10 p.m.? Come on now.
That's how my life used to be.
The hell do you do that works you 20 hours a day?
That was back when I was, well, I mean, I'm still running my own stuff. So, yeah, there's lots of times I'm usually going about 20-hour days.
I mean, I've known like commercial farmers that don't work 20 hours a day. I don't know anybody works 20. I've worked a 20-hour, 5 kids homeschool. Well, there you go. That will do it. Wowzers. Yeah. 8.5 hours. That's it. I wish I could say that, Al. I wish I could say that.
Well, you could till you decided to become one of them.
Them. I got my 2 new worker bees in.
Nice.
One of them's going to be just fine. The other one, he'll be just fine eventually, but he is a project. But he is a joy to work with compared to the other insanos that were interviewed for the position. So, you know, yeah, exactly, Al. But at least now I'm getting a little money for it. So, but imagine, and I hope Ordy's still in the chat room. Ordy, can you just put a first in there if you're still here? Just because I know you'll appreciate this. Imagine going to an interview with a tech company and you are interviewing for an entry-level field technician position. And you sit in the interview room in front of the panel that is interviewing you, and you demand that you have server rights. I'm like, my dude, you're going to be the friggin' cable carrier and plier fetcher. This is not the administrator position. There is no need for you to have rights for anything other than to change your own password. But these people, they're crazy. They think they should just be able to walk in and demand what they're going to do when you hire them. Anyway,
That's just how things are now.
I guess so. And this guy was so busy actually taking notes in his notebook that he was not answering questions. And I'm like, okay, you know, I understand you want to take some notes. I'm fine with that. But to the point where you're not answering our questions because you're still writing? Yeah. No, I mean, something got to give. Something got to give. So anyway, two new worker bees in, and like I said, one is a gem. He knew he was overqualified for the position. He just wanted in the door. And I told him that as long as he was fine with that, we were fine to have him. And he was like, yeah, you know, he said, I'm already retired from one job and have a pension coming in, so I don't have to try to get rich here. So I'm like, cool, you're in. And the other guy, I mean, he's just so likable. He's young. He's malleable. He's going to be trainable. We're going to be able to make him into what we want him to be. And he does have a degree, so he is educatable. He can learn things and regurgitate them, which is great for this position. That's what I want him doing, is learning things and then regurgitating those things. So, yeah, it's all fun and games. And look at us, we're bouncing around. It's almost back around to the top of the hour. Hey, what's coming up next, Rick?
Behind Enemy Lines with Gene and Ross, followed by myself and the Amish one doing Rick and Ordy.
Behind Enemy Lines and Rick and Ordy. Good stuff. You should stay tuned. You might even learn something.
Don't put that juju on me, Ricky Bobby.
I said might. I qualified that. I said might. And in all honesty, I was kind of referring to Gene when I said they might learn something, because, you know, Gene will give some quality stuff. But
okay then.
How about that? You want to play the game? I can play the game.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Anyway, before we get there, the happy ending that I was telling you about earlier, there was a car wreck in Pensacola. A man went off the road, over a bridge, and into the water. And there were 2 Navy personnel walking. They actually didn't see the wreck, but they heard the wreck, turned and saw what happened, and sprung into action, dove in the water, got him out of the car, went back in the water to make sure nobody else was in the car because he was still a little groggy and couldn't answer him. Once they made sure the car was clear, they provided first aid and stayed with him until the ambulance arrived, and all was well in the end, except for the car, of course. But no human loss of life, limb, or anything like that, thanks to 2 alert United States sailors. And that makes them heroes in my book, and that makes a happy ending for this show. So, you know, hey, Night Raptor, Night Owl, Night Steven, Night Ordy.
Night John Boy.
Night John Boy, Night Mary Ellen. I don't know. What the hell? And good night to you. Hey, that's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome here with me on Wednesday nights, except not next Wednesday. I'm going to be out next Wednesday. Sorry, Rick. Forgot to tell you that earlier. I will be out next Wednesday, but Wednesday nights right here on KLRNRadio, America's podcast network, and the only home of the Conservative Curmudgeon Show. I'm your host, The Grouch. Peace.
Such a slacker.
Slacker. Thanks, Ordy. Thanks, Al. See you guys later. Hit my music.
It's already playing, sir.
Oh, I can't hear it. Oh, there it goes.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to
Beradelli, Ross Galloway here with you. Rick Robinson apparently not going to be joining us, and he's dead to Ross Galloway.
Dead to me, bro. I
Just
thought
gonna
Rick was
say it.
going to be here. The only reason why I showed up tonight is because I thought Rick was going to be here, to be honest.
Oh, well, just fuck me then. Okay, cool.
Wow.
All right. I mean, listen, that's the way you want to do it. Fine, be that way. I don't care, loser. We got a pretty decent show lined up. We're going to be talking about the SAVE Act. We might talk about what happened in Illinois, where every squad-like Democrat that ran in the state of Illinois lost. We got a couple of different topics that we can go to right now. But before we get to all that, going to ask everybody to please subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss any other shows. And if you like what you see and hear in this or any other video that you might be seeing on the channel later on, smash the thumbs up button. Like, comment, share the show with your friends, all that good stuff. What are you breaking out? What is that?
I was told tonight was a drinking night.
You want to do 2 drink minimum radio? We can do that. That's from the old school days.
We got in trouble for that once. Let's not do that again.
True. Got Matt checking in, saying good evening. Hey, man, how you doing? Glad you're here with us on a day where we're going to be talking about how to save the SAVE Act. We got disgusting Democrats to the left of us and feckless Republicans to the right, pal.
You had faith. I can't wait for this show to unfold because I just want to see if that faith was shaken at all over the last few days.
Well, whether or not I have faith in the SAVE Act or not.
Not the SAVE Act, but the Republicans.
That's the problem.
Okay.
That's the main problem, is having faith in freaking Republicans right now. That's what I'm concerned about. Folks, as you're walking in, we're seeing more and more people come in. Please hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. That's going to signal other people that the show is on, the show is happening, and of course, get in the chat with us. Trolls are welcome. You guys who disagree with us and you do so vehemently, it's all good. So let's get into the topic right now. The Save America Act, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know what SAVE means the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, is before the Senate. It was put to the floor by a vote of 51 to 49. You have to thank Senator Collins from Maine for that, Galloway, that it actually got onto the floor of the Senate. Battle for even that to happen.
Now, isn't that nuts? Republicans supposedly control both houses of Congress, and this issue is 90% approval rating amongst Republicans, 70 amongst Democrats, and it barely made the floor of the Senate. Unreal.
Well, as they say, the devil's in the details, and I think Democrats and Republicans are hiding behind those details. Let's start with just laying the groundwork for what voter ID is and what that concept means. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to cite to the most reputable, credible source that I could possibly find on the topic. Let me see if I can find it in the window here if I didn't do it. There it is right there. From the Independent Voter Network, IVN. This goes back to 2014. Hard evidence supports the need for voter ID laws. And who wrote this article? Oh, shit, it's me. There you go. The most credible, reputable source I could find is me.
What a grifter. I love you, Gene.
You gotta love it, right? Come on. So history shows that for as long as we've had the right to vote and as long as that's existed, that right has been threatened. We all know about the picture of Boss Tweed leaning against the pedestal, which stands for the ballot, symbolizing a dark time in the late 19th century America where the playing field of politics was leveraged by party bosses. And as we know, that caricature says, as long as they can count the votes, who cares who cast it? So we fast forward to today. Election integrity is a modern contemporary concern. We talked about it through 2020, 2024. The trend towards some kind of voter identification law has emerged. In fact, the majority of states now have some sort of voter ID law on their books. Voter ID comes in different flavors. There's strict voter ID laws where voters cannot cast a ballot without first presenting ID. There are non-strict voter ID laws. Examples of that are provisions where states will allow a voter to sign an affidavit attesting to their identity or have a poll worker vouch for them. We have that in the People's Republic of New York when we have affidavits coming in. Then we have also among those two types, you have photo ID and non-photo ID. At one time in the People's Republic of New York, you had a card that you could tear off that had your precincts on it, so you knew you went to the right place, and you could present that as ID. In fact, Val, I remember back in the day. Well, I don't remember, but I've gone through records from my grandparents, and I've seen other restrictions on voting, like a literacy test, which, by the way, now is unconstitutional. But securing the ballot has always been paramount ever since we've had the right to vote.
Yeah, and I mean, we've mentioned this on previous shows, Gene. What is the actual point of requiring people to register to vote if it doesn't matter who shows up to vote on election day, right? The fact that we make people register to vote in every state in the union, and they all have their different ways of doing it, proves that it's necessary at some point in the process to figure out who the fuck you are, right? So all the Save America Act is doing is standardizing across the country for federal elections who the fuck you are.
And to be clear, it's for federal elections, not even for state elections. States are in control of their own elections, and they can require you to have ID. Many states do. Excuse me. But while we're on the subject of voter ID and whether or not it's needed or not, you can go back into the day. There was an American University study that was actually chaired by Democrat former President Jimmy Carter and Republican former Secretary of State James Baker. And they both came up with the same conclusion in that report, saying that voter ID is necessary going forward. The Commission on Federal Election Reform, co-chaired by Carter and Baker, actually says this, quote, "The electoral system cannot inspire public confidence if no safeguards exist to deter or detect fraud or to confirm the identity of voters." Basically what Ross Galloway just said. Photo IDs currently are needed to board a plane, enter federal buildings, cash a check. Voting is equally important. Ross, how good does it make you feel to know that you are a late 70s, early 80s Democrat?
I was born in the late 70s. And by the way, we've said this numerous times, Gene. The Democratic Party of that era is gone, right? This party currently is anti-ICE, defunding DHS while we're in a war with people that want to kill us on the homeland, while there are numerous terrorist attacks here, and they're against mutilating the Save America Act, right? Mutilating children, presenting voter ID to vote, proving your citizenship to vote, right? Like that Democratic Party of the 70s, 80s, and I would venture to say even 90s with Bill Clinton does not exist anymore. They're gone.
But voters still agree with this thinking from back in the 90s and 10, 15 years ago, as evidenced by this polling done by CNN.
Is the idea that someone shows a photo ID when they go to vote, when
Correct.
they go to cast their actual ballot, because there's a separate discussion right now about needing a passport or a birth certificate to register to vote, but the polling is all on voter ID showing an ID to vote.
Showing a photo ID to vote, and the American people are with Nicki Minaj, because what are we talking about here? So take a look here, favor voter ID to vote. Look, I got all this polling on the screen going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it, it's all north of 75%, 76%, 76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID to be able to vote.
What about by party? What's the party breakdown?
Yeah, normally you might expect, hey, there'd be a big divide by party with Republicans really for it and Democrats really against it. But not really here. I mean, just take a look here. Favor photo ID to vote. You got 95% of Republicans, pretty much all of them, but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So again, Nicki Minaj posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people, actually, it's not really all that controversial. The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even if they are Democrats. We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you, in fact, should show a photo ID to vote.
What's the racial breakdown?
Okay, what's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here, favor photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it, 82% of Latino, 76% of black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
Which is crazy because it's having so much trouble getting through the Senate. And now, back when that poll was taken, Nicki Minaj was actually very vocal about voter ID and wanting to pass it. And we mused back then, Galloway, whether or not Nicki Minaj would be putting the legislation over the finish line. How crazy is that?
When Nicki Minaj is the barometer, like, we live in bizarro land for sure. But if you notice, Gene, that clip from CNN, that's a little dated, not too long ago, but, you know, in politics, a few weeks is like decades.
Absolutely, yeah.
But they've shifted. The Democrats have shifted from a race-based argument against voter ID to a sex-based argument. Now, keep in mind, the Democratic Party of today can't define what a woman is, but they know that women will have a harder time to vote. Now, also keep in mind, by the way, the Save America Act, there is a provision in there, Mike Lee articulated this earlier today, that no matter what the Democrats are saying on the Senate floor in this half-assed filibuster that they're trying to do, there is a provision that would allow women to sign an affidavit at the polling place if they are married with a different last name, right? And then it would be incumbent upon the state to prove that they are not who they say they are. So no one is going to be disenfranchised. Even though I've said this before, the position of this show, Behind Enemy Lines, is that we repeal the 19th Amendment and not allow women to vote. That is not the position.
Whoa. Okay. The views of Ross Galloway do not necessarily reflect the views of the show. That being said, excuse me again, let me show you the text that Ross is talking about here. I actually found it in anticipation of him saying this. So let me stop sharing that. We're going to share something else right now here, which is what Ross was talking about. This is going to be, folks, the actual text of the SAVE Act. So this is actually found in there that they're going to be adding this section 2, additional processes in certain cases. Part A, I'm going to highlight just a little higher here, process for those without documentary proof. In general, subject to any relevant guidance adopted by the Election Assistance Commission, each state shall establish a process under which an applicant who cannot provide documentary proof of United States citizenship under paragraph 1 may, if the applicant signs an attestation under penalty of perjury that the applicant is a citizen and is eligible to vote in elections for federal office, submit such other evidence to the appropriate state or local official demonstrating that the applicant is a citizen of the United States, and such official shall make a determination as to whether the applicant has sufficiently established United States citizenship for purposes of registering to vote in elections for federal office in the state. This only applies for registering. So if you're already registered, you don't have to jump through these hoops. This is prospective, going forward when you register to vote, that a process can be set up that if you don't have the ID listed in the bill, that you can still register to vote upon submitting a sworn statement. So what are Democrats talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, what are they talking about? How, and for any haters in the chat, which I don't see any tonight, I'm disappointed. How could you be against proving you're a citizen or proving really who you are when you go to vote, right? That's the main crux of the Save America Act. The proving you're a citizen, very important. But even more important is on the day of, right? Forget about mail-in voting, because that's another provision in the Save America Act. When you go to the voting booth to prove who you are. Now, being from New York originally, thank God I escaped, you know, Gene, that on election day, you can literally walk into the poll site 25 times and just claim you are whoever you say you are, name off a name and an address, and you can vote for that person, right? I was tempted to do that a few times. I did not do it but I was tempted a few times because you could just go vote for people, including people who are dead, because they remain on the voter rolls in New York and other places forever, right? There's nothing stopping them. Now, you can make the argument, which the left does quite often, that it's so rare that it would never affect the outcome of an election. Okay, first of all, we know that's not true in local elections because we've seen it happen in real life, both you and I. And second of all, if it's so rare and would never affect an election, then who the fuck cares? Let's pass the law and give 90% of the fucking Republicans and 70 some odd percent of the Democrats, 80 something percent overall of the people what they fucking want and pass this bill.
Well, I think you're going a little too far because Ross, it's Jim Crow 2.0, don't you know?
Percent of the American people, including a majority of Democrats, support voter ID laws.
Well, yeah, the voter ID laws that, first, each state can have its own voter ID laws, and some do and some don't. But secondly, what they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0. They make it so hard to get any kind of voter ID that more than 20 million legitimate people, mainly poorer people and people of color, will not be able to vote under this law. We will not let it pass in the Senate. We are fighting it tooth and nail. It's an outrageous proposal that is, that shows the sort of political bias of the MAGA right. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color to vote because they often don't vote for them.
But wait, I thought that if you're unregistered to vote and you don't have the ID required to register, you can do an affidavit and you can attest to who you are, and then the states can go about their business to confirm it. How is that disenfranchising anyone? To me, it's just ridiculous.
But what about the racist assumption there of that people of color would not have ID? Right? He's saying Republicans don't want people of color to vote. Think about this, Gene. If we pass something that said you have to show your ID to vote, right? And the Democrats are arguing that it would disenfranchise more people on their side than on our side, what are they saying about their own voters, right? They're the party of the people of color and women and people who are confused about their gender and people with fucking nose rings and green hair. Are you saying that those people can't get ID? Also, by the way, and I love when Chuck Schumer says this, the old Jew from New York, the old Jewish Democrat from New York, Jim Crow 2.0. Well, 2.0 implies there was a 1.0. So what was Jim Crow 1.0 and who implemented that? Oh, that was the fucking Democrats. The Democratic Party had Jim Crow laws to stop blacks. Are you listening, black people? The Democratic Party had Jim Crow 1.0 to stop blacks from voting. So when he says it's going to be Jim Crow 2.0, fucking do some research. He's talking about his own fucking party.
Right. And that also included literacy tests back in the 40s in the People's Republic of New York that stopped people from voting. I want to go to some of the chats right now because chat's starting to pop off a little bit here. So going down, thanks for commenting, says that, I got to pull it back up, you have to have an ID that is only currently available in 5 states called an enhanced ID, or real ID, I think is what it's called, or a passport. It is, according to going down, a monetary barrier. But we just went through that you can do it also with a combination of state-issued ID and birth certificate, other IDs and an attestation, and then the state gets to decide whether or not to put that person on the roll or not. So if you are from a state like New York or California, or if you're from Michigan or another state that seems to be so far against this, you can show up with this attestation and some additional forms of ID, and the state will probably let you on anyway. So I think we need to debunk that you need to have this real ID, because as we just showed, and you know what? Let's show it again for everybody who was not here when we showed it. Section 2AI says that there's a process for those without documentary proof that is established by the state. You sign an attestation under penalty of perjury, that you are a U.S. citizen and eligible to vote in elections for federal office, and you submit other evidence to the appropriate state or local official demonstrating that you are a citizen, and then that official makes a determination as to whether or not you have sufficiently established citizenship for purposes of voting in federal elections. It's literally right there in this case, green and black, for everybody to see. The bill, the text of the bill is online for everybody to look at. You don't have to take my word for it. It's right there for you. Matt Lofton, well, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, they're already supposed to fucking do that. When you register to vote now, you must provide your social security number or your driver's license number, and they're supposed to verify, the state is supposed to verify whether or not you're a citizen. That's already supposed to happen now. The problem is the states are not doing that. Second of all, the Save America Act has two different provisions. One is registering, which would require proof of citizenship. That can be a birth certificate, a passport, or a real ID, because a real ID requires a birth certificate or a passport to even get. Once you get registered, because they know you're a citizen under the new law, then you could just show a regular ID proving you are, in fact, that person. A regular driver's license to go vote would be fine. One last thing, Gene. Who's stopping people from getting ID? It's not the federal government. The federal government, out of all those IDs we just talked about, only issues, which one? A passport, right? All of the rest of them are birth certificates, driver's licenses, real IDs. They can issue voter IDs if they verify you're a citizen. If you want to complain this is a poll tax, that's your own fucking state doing that.
Right. And as I'm going through the list of IDs, because people are saying that it's not a real ID, I'll just direct everybody's attention. I'm going to pull this up on the screen. It's under the section called Documentary Proof of United States Citizenship. And oh, wouldn't you know it, Real ID is on the list. I have to share the screen again here. Just give me one moment. Well, would you look at that? A form of identification issued consistent with the requirements of the Real ID Act of 2005. And that ID has to indicate that the applicant is a citizen of the United States. You know who controls what ID you create? The state. So a real ID that has the citizenship of that person on there, or if you have that real ID, you can also do it with a combination of a certified birth certificate, as subsection 5 says, that you have a valid government issued identification card and present a certified birth certificate, for example, then you're fine. What is the problem here? I ask again. It's not the ID itself. There's something else going on here. And what's going on here is a couple of different front war. Go ahead, Galloway.
Well, birth certificates are a touchy subject for our Democratic friends. You know, Barack Obama never really had a legitimate birth certificate. And to be president, you not only need to be a citizen, you need to be a natural born citizen, born on American soil or born to, parents in the military overseas. There's some other, little leeway there. So I know it's a touchy subject for them. I heard a Democrat today, and for the life of me, I don't remember his name, but he said something as dumb as, I don't even know where my birth certificate is. You don't? Well, then what are you doing in the fucking Senate, dude? Like, I went to go buy a gun, and I had to prove who I was down to my birth certificate, where I live, my last 3 fucking electric bills, right? And that's to exercise my Second Amendment. To vote, you damn sure have to prove, 1, you're a citizen, eligible to vote, and 2, who the fuck you are.
Hey, pal, do you remember when you first got your driver's license many years ago?
Very long.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember
6 points of identification?
Yes, it was 6 points of identification just to get a non-driver ID or a learner permit or a driver's license way back in the day.
And that was in New York, by the way.
Yeah, in the People's Republic of New York City. How did we ever survive?
How do illegal immigrants in New York get commercial driver's licenses with no first name given when they require 6 points of identification? How is that possible, Gene?
Good question. I don't know how did we ever survive in the time before the information age and the internet and all this other nonsense.
And by the way, Gene, which party controls any locality in this country? Which party controls any locality in this country that has advocated for non-citizens to be able to vote in local elections?
That would be democratically controlled urban areas mostly.
Correct. So why in the world would we trust them with federal elections when that is their stated purpose already at the local level?
So now going down says, but it's discriminatory towards women. And actually, there's a video I want to play from Representative April Delaney, who is not in the Senate contemplating this right now, but did vote no when it passed the House. So let me see if I can pull this up here and listen to this argument.
As someone who's married, I know firsthand how common it is to change your name. That's why I'm deeply concerned about what's being said about the SAVE Act and what it would actually do. Contrary to talking points, the SAVE Act is not a simple, straightforward voter ID law. Instead, this bill will require Americans to register to vote in person and to show specific proof of citizenship, like a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization paper.
Oh my God, what's going to happen? Mass hysteria, dogs and cats living together. You have to present forms of certified ID in order to verify who you are? Insanity.
Gene, who is this female soft player shortstop that you have on the screen? I don't even know who this is.
I believe this is Representative April Delaney.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay. So, and as common as women change their name, is this a common occurrence? I mean,
define a woman, please.
Oh, adult human female.
Not you.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that as often as women change their names, it's like they change as often as they change their hair color, I guess. I don't know.
Gene, the
Lord
secret
knows
is
I know all about hairstyles.
By the way, they're not worried about women. They're also worried about trannies, right? Transgenders, transsexual, whatever the fucking proper term is. I don't want to get kicked off YouTube. That's what they're worried about, right? Who changes their name, right? I never changed my name. Did you? Married women do. And all of a sudden, they have driver's licenses. They register to vote. They pay bills. They open bank accounts. I think women figured this out a long fucking time ago.
And by the way, is it so much of a burden that when you register to vote, a one-time thing, by the way, when you register to just bring your ID that one time, is that so burdensome?
By the way, Gene, who issues marriage licenses? The federal government or the state?
The states.
So couldn't they figure this shit out? If marriage is the problem, they can figure this out.
Exactly right.
Upon submitting a request for a marriage license, you can issue them a new real ID with their new fucking name for free.
Actually, Matt nailed this here and kind of picked up what you were putting down, pal. They say it's discrimination against women, but they don't even know what a woman is. Bingo. Continuing on.
But here's the problem. Your current name has to perfectly match those documents. That puts nearly 69 million women, about 1 in 4 voters, at risk of being blocked from voting simply because their name changed after marriage or for other reasons.
Don't you love how vague they are?
Okay.
You can bring an affidavit to where you register. You can bring your marriage certificate to where you register. That's all you need to do. How is this disenfranchising?
If voting is important to you, then figure it the fuck out. It's not an insurmountable task, right? If I changed my name for another reason, like this fat bitch just said, then all the things that require me to be Ross Galloway, I would figure out how to make my ID reflect that if those things were still important to me.
Yeah, and not only that, if you're that civically engaged, you know where to get all this documentation. You know where your state, your city, your town, where they keep these records. You can go to your church and get whatever marriage documents they have there as well. This is ridiculous. This is the silliest defense I've ever heard.
But take it to its logical extreme, Gene. Let's just say I decided for shits and giggles tomorrow, I'm going to just start referring to myself as Russ Gallo, right? And I'm going to go show up at a voting booth and submit that name and try to vote, right? Does that make any sense to anyone? Or should I have to prove that I was actually, in fact, Ross Galloway, the registered voter in that precinct, right? Does it make any sense?
It makes no sense. No sense at all. But let's let her continue babbling on here.
If your documents don't match, the law gives states vague instructions to figure it out.
Vague instructions? We literally just said the state official makes the determination and the states get to figure out how to make that determination. If anything, it respects the 10th Amendment. Are we serious here?
Which actually scares me, right? Because New York isn't going to check shit. They don't check shit now. Like, Gene, when you registered to vote, do you remember you had to put, first of all, it's only the last 4 digits of your social security number to register to vote, or your driver's license number. So what check are they doing to make sure you're a citizen?
Okay, see, going down here, I agree with you. Going down here is actually wrong in this assessment. The party to give more power to the states wants to federalize elections. No, they want a uniform standard for eligibility to vote in those elections, and they're allowing the states to administer the elections and giving them the power to decide how an applicant complies with federal law.
And Gene,
that is federalism.
Yes, for going down is wrong on its premise, so don't even entertain it, right? Federalism. The Constitution or the federal government is the supreme law of the land, right? So for federal elections, it's not the federal government telling states how to elect the mayor of New York City. They don't care. If you want to let illegals vote there, that's your problem, right? And I suspect a lot of illegals did vote in the mayor's race in New York City. What they're saying is for the federal elections, Congress, Senate, President, you must be a United States citizen, and that is currently federal law. So the only thing that the Save America Act is doing is codifying that you must prove it. That's it.
That's literally it. Now, I think we spent a lot of time explaining the law, going through it. You can agree, disagree, whatever. We know Democrats are against it for various reasons. It's the soft bigotry of low expectations when it comes to women, when it comes to minorities. Also, they think that it's Doge again coming back at us, or as Chuck Schumer likes to call it, Moj.
Is handing the voter rolls over to DHS, putting them through an algorithm designed by Moj and Musk.
Moj.
That supposedly knocks out illegal immigrants from voting. But the evidence is almost no illegal immigrants vote.
Almost no. Almost no illegal immigrants vote, Gene. How many illegal immigrants are acceptable to be allowed to vote? Let's put it out there. How many?
0.
Okay, so if almost none of them are voting, that means that some of them are voting. So how many are acceptable? I mean, that's a genuine question for Chuck.
But there's also other voter fraud that we've seen personally, pal, in New York at least. I remember seeing when a certain friend of mine was running for a state assembly, I remember going to polling places and seeing ballots leave buildings and be filled out communally on the hood of a car. I've seen voters in religious neighborhoods go and ask for their wife's ballot because they're just going to show up and right behind me anyway, and I'm not going to fill it out for them at all. These are things that are literally. I've seen people walk into boards of elections with a bag full of votes to submit them without proof of the person who got that mail ballot show who they are.
So here's something that's uncomfortable for people to hear, right? I use this extreme example a lot because you have to go to the logical extreme to show absurdity sometimes. So yeah, almost no dead people vote. Almost no illegal immigrants vote. Well, in the general population of the United States, almost no one commits rape, right? If you want to use that standard. But we still scrutinize it and go after them, okay? So if almost no illegals are voting and almost no dead people are voting, why would we not try to go after the ones that are? Why would we not stop, or at least try to stop, the ones that are? Right? The Democrats are never intellectually honest or fair with these things. Do we say we can't catch all rapists, so let's not even go after them? No, right? We still make it illegal. We still try to go after them. Almost no illegals are voting. Okay, cool. You say that. How many illegals are in the country, Gene? Do you know?
Almost
no one knows.
Almost nobody commits murder.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
Well, almost, but what is even the pool, right? Do we have the denominator? How many illegals are in the country currently? I've heard 10 million. I've heard 30 million, right? There's 300 and some odd million people in the country now. If the high estimate 30 plus million, that's 10%. 10% of the people living in this country are potentially here illegally. Okay. Under Joe Biden, 4 years, it was over 10 million, right? So whatever estimate you heard, add at least 10 million to it, right? Those are people that currently can go and register to vote in places like New York and California, and they will get no scrutiny, and they will be eligible to vote.
Listen, I want to give some concrete examples here, because people in the chat like going down and saying, negligible rates of voter fraud is documented. That's because it's not looked for by anyone. Statistics are misleading when it comes to voter fraud because there's severe under-enforcement and under-reporting by election boards. But let me give you an example again from my own home state here in the People's Republic of New York. James O'Keefe actually did an undercover project in New York where voters surreptitiously filmed encounters on Election Day that they claimed to prove the need for voter ID. These activists claimed to be registered voters, and they claimed to be people like, well, this wasn't in New York, this was in D.C., I believe, claimed to be Eric Holder. And the poll workers offered to hand these imposters the ballot. Now, in New York, the Department of Investigation for the city of New York did a sting where investigators claimed to be deceased or otherwise ineligible voters at the polls. There were 55 of them that went to various poll sites to do this. 51 out of the 55 were given ballots, even though they were clearly fraudulent voters. And it's stories like this that led to a state like New Hampshire, for example, changing their state's laws to actually require voter ID. That was vetoed by their then Democratic Governor John Lynch, but because it passed so overwhelmingly, it was overridden by their legislature. So don't give me this nonsense about studies showing that it's negligible or any other nonsense like this. It's not true, because when it's actually studied and looked at, what ends up happening is people who can take advantage of the system do take advantage of the system. That's what I have to say about it.
Yeah.
I do. Go ahead. You get the last word on this topic, then we're moving on to a transition.
Just real quick. So, like, voter ID, right? If my father died and New York doesn't take him off the voter rolls, I can go and I can just show up and say I'm him and go vote, right? So it's not even if you're an illegal immigrant or anything else. Voter ID is so critically important because the states do not clean up the voter rolls after people die. So why were there so many dead people voting in the last few election cycles? Because no one's checking. I can go and vote multiple times in New York City and just claim I'm someone else. As long as I know their name and their address, I can keep voting. As long as they appear in that book where the 95-year-old lady is sitting there, she's going to let me vote every single fucking time, right? But if I had to produce an ID to prove I was my dad, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, and going down things, people get caught and get arrested for that. Sure, they do.
By the way, Gene, wait, real quick. The other thing I wanted to mention on that is you mentioned about enforcement, right? How do you prove it after the fact, right? I showed up and I claimed I was my dead father who's still on the voter rolls and I vote. Okay. How does the state bring a case against me? This is why, voter fraud is so rarely enforced or no one ever goes to jail for it because it's impossible, right? There's no cameras allowed in the voting booths or the poll sites. There's no record of who showed up. I didn't have to show an ID. I didn't have to do anything but say a name, and they handed me a ballot. So it's impossible to figure out who's voting and if they're lying currently.
Yeah, and by the way, if this is laughable to me. Spoken by someone who doesn't know a thing about how elections are administered. If you think that school gyms and school cafeterias and places like that have cameras, if you think that your local YMCA has cameras in the room to check to see if you're voting or not, you're bugging. It's just not true.
One last thing, Gene. Don't jump off yet. And I'll end it here. For those of you who believe that showing an ID to exercise your constitutional right to vote is somehow unconstitutional, then I challenge you to be intellectually honest and consistent, and then say, if you go to buy a gun anywhere in this country, you should not have to show an ID, right? There should be no ID requirements to buy a gun, period. If that's your stance.
And go another step further and say, you know what? That requirement to show your vaccination card when you were out in public, just living your life.
Go there. I will burn this whole house.
That's probably unconstitutional too.
Quite possible.
So now, this is the part of the show where I need to bash Republicans. Because Republicans are not doing, and specifically John Thune, are not doing what they have to do to get this over the finish line, to get the SAVE Act over the finish line. Listen to this interview he gave today as we are recording this show on Fox News.
Says he's got to get them and that you have to be a leader. And in the second one, he says he hopes that it will happen. Is the president, do you think he's coming around to a point where he thinks that this may not actually pass the Senate?
Well, I think what obviously he wants to see it pass, and we all do, Martha. The question is, are the votes there? And we won't know that until we get to a final vote. But it's going to assume that there are some Democrats who will vote with us. And it's possible that they will be persuaded over the course of the debate. It's a very indefensible position, in my view, to say that non-citizens ought to be able to vote in American elections. But that seems to be the position that they've adopted at the moment. But we've got an opportunity over the course of the next few days and perhaps into next week to litigate the issue, to have the debate on the floor, and to put Democrats on defense and on the record on whether or not they think it ought to be just American citizens who vote in American elections. This is a very straightforward issue, and we intend to make sure that the choice is clear.
I know a lot of this is very complicated in terms of terminating the discussion of the vote and how it all works in terms of the Senate rules. But for just Americans who are watching this right now and they say to themselves, wait, aren't there 53 senators? Why can't they pass this if there's so much unanimous support? We see 84% of independent voters are on board with this. What would you say to people watching this process who want to know why the Senate has a majority Republicans and they can't pass it?
Right. Well, that's obviously, that would be the rules of the Senate, which means it requires 60. That's the supermajority requirement that we have in the Senate to pass most consequential legislation. The exception to that, of course, is budget reconciliation, which we used last summer to pass the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. But as a 60-vote threshold, Martha, that is the thing that people should understand about the way the Senate works. And in order to get around the 60-vote threshold, you would have to nuke the legislative filibuster, and there aren't the votes for that. I've said that over and over and over again. And so it's a math issue. It isn't whether.
It's not a math issue. It's a bullshit issue. It's the filibuster, and I've come around to Ross Galloway's position on this.
Thank you, Gene. I was waiting for this.
You were right. I was wrong. I'm saying it on tape right now. Having done the research on the filibuster and understanding the founder's intent, the filibuster is an artificial obstacle to democracy.
Thank you. And as Mike Lee says, the talking filibuster, as opposed to the zombie filibuster, the zombie filibuster is a creation of the Senate. It's a rule, right? And what John Thune doesn't tell you is to change a rule, it takes 51 votes, right? So you can get rid of the zombie filibuster. And what the zombie filibuster does is it does not actually so the Constitution allows the Senate to have unlimited debate. And by unlimited debate, it means they can talk until they can no longer talk, right? So a real filibuster without changing the rules, which is what John Thune needs to do and not end the debate that's currently underway, is to force the Democrats to keep talking until they can no longer talk. They can talk for 24 hours, 48 hours. I forgot how much that what's the guy from Jersey? Cory Booker spoke, right? Whatever. They can speak for as long as they can speak until they have to go to the bathroom, and then their debate time is over, right? That is very constitutional. That is current rules. What the artificial rule is the zombie filibuster, where the Senate just created its own rule that is not in the Constitution that says it takes 60 votes to finish debate. Nowhere will you find that in the United States Constitution. The Senate created that out of whole cloth. The original intent was for senators to speak for as long as they could physically do it. They can talk for as long as possible, propose as many amendments as possible. Who cares? And then take a vote when the speaking is done. And that's all that not only the Republicans, by the way, that is all that the people of the United States is asking for right now. Let the Senate debate the bill, get everybody on record where they stand, and then hold a constitutional vote, which takes 51 votes or a majority of the Senate to pass.
Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. A reporter earlier today, as we are recording this video, actually asked Thune about the filibuster. It was a great question. I will get your reaction to the question first, and then we'll listen to Thune's response.
Why is the filibuster more important than stopping illegals from voting?
That's a great question, Gene. I can't wait I did not see this clip. I can't wait to hear Thune's answer. First of all, I'll ask, before you play the rest of this, I'll ask a hypothetical question. Is this artificial rule in the Senate, the filibuster rule that requires 60 votes to end debate, more important than the Constitution itself, right? Forget about illegals voting. Think of every time we've had an election where we've given a party a majority in the House and Senate and in the White House, and we could not pass legislation. We gave them a mandate, but they could not pass legislation because of a fake unconstitutional rule that the Senate itself created, right? Is that more important than the Constitution? But I can't wait to hear his answer.
Why is the filibuster more important than stopping illegals from voting?
Well, look, I mean, I think that there are many ways in which you can stop illegals from voting. And a lot of states have some of those measures already in place. But I do think the filibuster, or maybe more specifically, the concept that the founders had for the United States Senate was that there would be one body that was majoritarian and one that wasn't. And so they divided power in a way that enabled the United States Senate, in which we have 6-year terms, staggered terms, more of a methodical way about going about solving the country's problems, and generally in ways that ensure that there are bipartisan majorities in which to accomplish that. So, and frankly, I mean, I think I can't speak for all of my colleagues, but a lot of our colleagues believe that many of the things that Democrats want to do, and when they tried to nuke the filibuster a couple of years ago, were all things that we don't want to have our fingerprints on. Whether that's adding D.C. and Puerto Rico as states or expanding the Supreme Court. You can go right down the laundry list of nationalizing elections. You can go right down the laundry list of things that I think there are a lot of myself and my colleagues have grave concerns about if the Democrats ever had that power handed to them.
I'm looking at your reaction right now. I want it. Give it to me.
Gene, first of all, to change a rule in the Senate, the majority party is the only one that can change it. So when the Democrats get power, if they ever control the White House, the House, and the Senate, they will nuke the filibuster to allow D.C., Puerto Rico, and pack the Supreme Court. They will. The minority party has no say whether or not to change that rule. Second of all,
hang on one second, because I feel this coming on.
I got something for you to read right here. Let's just be copper. What's
Second of all, and even more important, Gene, he said that the founders intended for one house to be majority rule and the other house to not be majoritarian? Where? Where in the Constitution does it say that? Article 1 establishes the House of Representatives and the Senate. Nowhere in Article 1 does it say anything about a 60-vote threshold in the United States Senate. It is a strict majority, a simple majority to pass any legislation in both houses of Congress. John Thune is incompetent, and he should not be not only the leader of the Republican Party in the Senate, he should not even be in the United States fucking Senate. He has no idea what the Constitution says.
I'll do you one better. I did my research. Like I said, founder's intent, right? Federalist 22, authored by Publius, a.k.a. Alexander Hamilton. The public business must in some way or other go forward. If a pertinacious minority can control the opinion of a majority respecting the best mode of conducting it, the majority, in order that something may be done, must conform to the views of the minority, and thus the sense of the smaller number will overrule that of the greater and give a tone to the national proceedings. Our government, according to Alexander Hamilton at least, was never intended to be ruled by the tyranny of the minority. The filibuster, as it is currently constituted, should not exist. There should not be a way to say, oh, filibuster, and that's that. If you want to talk, like you said, and have unlimited debate, you talk till you can't no more. And that's the end of your filibuster. But then the work of the majority gets done. Bottom line. Thune and his colleagues are absolutely off base, and your point is very well taken, pal, in that the Democrats have shown no compunction whatsoever to restrain themselves if the opportunity arises. So why are Republicans once again playing with a rule book that the other side does not play with?
Yes. And if you wanted to go to the founders or framers' intent, the original, before it was amended, the senators were not popularly elected. They were appointed by the state legislatures of the states, right? So one house was popularly elected, the House of Representatives, and the other house, the Senate, was appointed by their states. Nowhere did it ever say that a majority didn't rule, right? That was it. If the majority of states who appointed those senators wanted something done, it would get done. If the House of Representatives, who were popularly elected, also wanted it done, and the president would sign it. That is literally the process in Article 1 of the Constitution. If anyone doesn't believe me, go fucking Google it. The whole Constitution, if you printed it out in PDF format, is like 10 pages long, right? Read it and understand it. It's not a hard read.
Pretty much. But this is the game that Thune's playing. Oh, it's not my fault. It's the rules of the Senate that are preventing me from bringing this legislation that a majority of senators would vote for across the finish line. It's completely ridiculous. And that's why I kind of agree with OWIS 9212. Dems will take back the House in 2026 because the legislature, there's no confidence in Republicans in the legislature to do what is needed to pass the agenda that the majority of voters voted for in 2024. It's just not there. It's another wasted opportunity from Democrats. And how many more of these will actual good faith Republicans in the electorate stand for anymore? They just won't show up to vote.
Exactly. If the weather is kind of cold this November, why am I going out to vote? Why? Right? What do I get by casting a vote for a Republican? I just don't even see the point anymore, right? And I'm being a little bit facetious. Obviously, if Democrats control everything, my memory's not that short. I do remember under Joe Biden how horrible life was in this country, right? So living under Republican incompetent rule is slightly better than living under Democrat corrupt, incompetent, and evil rule, right? So I get that argument. But at the end of the day, you can't tell us we have to elect you and have to have majorities in the House and Senate, and then you can't pass any legislation and you won't change a rule that you yourself created to actually pass the mandate that the American people gave you. I just don't get it.
I don't get it either. I think we'll leave the conversation there. I did want to talk about one other thing, because you did bring up elections and people talking about Democrats will take back the House coming up in 2026. Did you pay attention at all to the election results that occurred in Illinois last night, pal?
No, truth be told, Gene texted me that the squad took a beating, and I did not know what you were referencing. So I'm just as excited to see this as the people on the line here.
Well, I'm not familiar with who was running on the Democratic side for various races for federal office in Illinois. But according to Angela Vanderplume here on this post on X, every squad-like far-left Democrat candidate lost in Illinois. Is this a tide turning? I don't know. One name I did recognize is the first one you see on this list here, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who I can't listen. Beradelli is a hard name to pronounce, but man, is that one even harder. She was someone, you may remember this, pal. I'm going to play this one clip to see if you remember who this woman is. She ended up running for Congress in a primary. And let me see if I can find the right clip here. I believe this one is it here. Take a look. I know you'll have seen it over. You remember this one, right?
I do.
So this congressional candidate, whose name I massacred, and I apologize to her for that, ended up getting federally indicted for interfering with ICE. And she kind of parlayed that into her claim to fame for running for Congress in Illinois. She went on a tour, like with interviews and whatever, and talking about, what happened to her. She went on a show, the Tara Palmieri show. It's a left of center show, but seems to be intellectually honest from the clips that I've seen multiple of from her. And this was the interview that she did. I don't think you ever saw this one. This is Tara Palmieri discussing with this woman her federal indictment while she was running for Congress. And she literally walks off the show while she's being interviewed. Let me see if I can find the clip here. Give me one moment. Here it is here.
Is that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and windows, etched pig on the side, and impeded movement. Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to the specifics of anything that's in the indictment right now, but like I said, I do plan on pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning.
Okay. Well, let's watch the video of what happened that day.
No, they got the video that the allegations are based upon.
That they are.
Hey, look, there she is right there, obstructing an ICE vehicle. Huh. Kind of seems open and shut to me, doesn't it?
All right, we'll be stepping away from this one. Hang out for Rick and Ordy coming up here in just a minute. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
Rude.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff streaming on Freevee.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it's impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatterNight, right here live on KLRNRadio.com. And I am Rick. He is Ordy. You're listening to Rick and Ordy live on KLRNRadio.com. And yeah, I hate to point this out to Zelda, but I'm actually the younger of the two of us. So if she's calling me old, what's that make you?
It's not the years, it's the mileage.
Right? Well, well, in that case, we might be close to the same because I have.
No, I've still got you. Well, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. How many times you've been shot and or shot at?
On the advice of counsel, I cannot answer that question on the grounds of the Fifth Amendment.
Nice.
It's fucking hot.
I know, right? Yeah, it's
85
been
degrees
like freezing
right
cold.
now.
And, it's been like freezing cold and windy here for the last few days. Then it got up to like 80 today. So my office kind of, because I wasn't trying to turn on my air conditioner today. So my office is still a little bleh. Like, I am not turning on my air
There's been a heat
conditioner.
wave coming for the last 4 days, and I still haven't de-winterized my AC. I'm all kinds of
Whoa.
retarded.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Anyway. So what's new with you? How's things?
Well, you know, I mean, Because, I mean, the reason why I haven't done it yet is because I know where I live and it'll be in the 20s next week for some reason because California is schizophrenic.
Well, of course.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm good. Everything out here, doing Ordy shit. How about you? What's going on with Rick? What's new with Rick?
Oh, well,
Since we
Rick
missed you
has been-
last night.
Well, Rick has been spending most of the last few days cleaning up fallen limbs and having a service call on my internet and having to go to the pretzel factory because it killed me to sit in my chair for an hour and a half to do a project yesterday. So yeah, it's been an interesting few days. I don't know what I did. I think it was all the running around and getting ready for birthday parties and stuff because I woke up. I think it was Monday. Yeah, it was Monday, and it was when my internet was still being dumb. And so I scheduled the service call. They got it half working again, or it started working kind of again on its own, but I still had them come out and check everything anyway. And they did find an issue. But yeah, Monday I got up and I was like, I can barely walk. What the hell? And it wasn't any better yesterday. So no matter what.
Acupuncture, my dude. Telling you.
Yeah, I don't have one of those near me, but I'm going to have to look.
It's worth the drive.
But anyway.
Just saying.
Yeah. Just kind of trying to get caught up on the news and watching all the crazy stuff that happened when I wasn't paying attention. So.
Yeah, I hope Tucker's house is okay in gutter.
I don't. Oh, wait. Was that out loud? My bad.
Somebody said, which one? I said, his primary residence in gutter. Yeah, no. Fuck that guy.
So did you hear about Gavin Newsom's new parody on the song Butterfly Kisses? This one's called Butterfly Bridges.
Dude, I'm just amazed that y'all are finally catching on to that. That's been like a thing out here. And I can't talk about it because nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Well,
the Cougar and Butterfly Bridge. I mean, Cougar Bridges, I'm all for. I am all for Cougar Bridges. But then Butterfly, I guess that's like a scissor, which means hot, sick lesbians. So, yeah, I guess I'm okay with that too.
Yeah. But yeah, so apparently they figured out he spent $114 million on a butterfly overpass.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
It's
money.
basically the opposite of a freeway overpass. It's a green space overpass for like wildlife to use to cross. I think it's not sure if it's the 5 or the 1. But anyway, yeah. So it's supposed to be this big, basically 10-lane overpass for deer and cougars and wildlife to use instead of crossing the freeway. And generally out here, we'll use, I mean, a lot of places do the underpass thing, especially in like heavy deer migration areas where, they'll put it like by a stream. So that way the deer will follow the stream under the road. But yeah, so it's like a really retarded Elysium.
Oh, it's so much fun.
And keep an eye on it. If you think the Minnesota child care fraud was bad, it's just starting to percolate up, and that's why Gavin's little guy Izzy was trying to get ahead of it. But hospice care and yeah, that's going to be California's thing. They found 197 agencies registered to one address in Van Nuys.
Yeah, I was reading a story about that the other day. They were like finding like 10 or 15 hospice care, so-called, administrative facilities in the same building.
Mm-hmm. No, the one building in Van Nuys had almost 200 in it. And it wasn't it's like a dilapidated house. Not even a Leering Center.
That's kind of scary, but
yeah. Yeah, so I mean, like I said, if you think Minnesota was bad, this is blowing up. And that's why Izzy's been talking about it for like 4 days of how far Newsom has come to crack down on it. And Medicaid fraud, that's a federal thing. Where are you at, RFK? That kind of shit. And like, well, no, hospice care isn't. And you were apprised of this 4 years ago. Many of these agencies raised 2 or more red flags, and they were all reported to the state. and the state has done nothing about it in 4 years.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah. Plus gas was $6.15 a gallon today when I got it.
So is that worse or?
Hey, that's worse. It was $4.85 2 weeks ago. But, you know, I put premium in it because it's high performance. Actually, because when gas gets to that point, what's the 10-cent difference? Seriously.
Right?
You know, it's like, oh no, $1.50 more. That's going to break me. But enough about me. What about you?
Like I said, I just now started paying attention to the news again today because I've barely had TV for the last couple of days because my internet hasn't been working, and that's how I watch TV. So, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's been lots of interesting things happening. Like I thought this was interesting. I don't think, again, the Senate's going to do anything with it, but for once we have the House actually trying to do things. So the House has passed a bill for automatic deportation of any illegal alien that has been caught committing welfare fraud. I think that's definitely a good step in the right direction. But again, I don't really expect the Senate to do to do much with it.
No.
You know, it's the Senate.
I mean, it's got to be humiliating that Fetterman is more of a Republican than Thune.
You would think. You would think. You really would.
I mean, I don't agree with his whole, you know, photo ID should be enough instead of the SAFE Act because, I mean, in California, they've been giving photo IDs to illegals for over a decade.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's my problem. Dude, I wish we would have thought of this shirt. I just saw a shirt for sale, and it has a silhouette of Trump kind of with his head bowed with an American flag behind him, and it says Iran forgot our current president has 34 felonies.
Nice.
Really wish I would have thought to make that shirt.
Oh, it's a violation of international law? Well, you know what? We'll just stack that on the pile. How about that? I got 34 felonies.
Well, I mean, and again, this isn't me trying to sound like a dick or nothing, but everybody seems to forget that we're pretty much the only ones who actually try to enforce international law 99.9% of the time. So if we decide it doesn't matter, guess what? Until we're done.
I saw that meme a couple weeks ago. I saw that meme a couple weeks ago. The only thing that enforces international law, and it was a silhouette of the Death Dorito. The B2, for those of you who aren't hip to Twitter lingo. Everyone talks shit until the sky gets pixelated.
Everyone talks shit until your favorite snack chip is raining death upon you.
Right?
Oh,
man. So, yeah. So I figured out that 2,500 Marines being deployed to Iran. I keep wanting to say Iraq. That's 20 years of programming. It's a pocket carrier group. One of them was actually, I was watching this thing. I think it was it wasn't Max Afterburn, but it was one of the channels like that on YouTube, where like everybody hated this ship because it was a Marine expeditionary unit ship, the kind that launches the the hovercraft and shit out of the back of it, and the landing craft. But they took the well deck out, and they made it an additional aircraft storage for F-35s. And so now it's like, oh my God, this is the best ship ever just for this reason, because it can get really into the Straits of Rubio and do air support for tankers coming through. So, but anyway, the 2,500 Marines are attached to that unit too, and they're high speed from Japan right now. And they just trained for this very thing with Taiwan and Japan. So, weird that, right?
So yeah, interesting. I do. So the the Straits of Rubio, was that a slip, or is that what you're calling it these days?
No, that's what I'm calling it.
Okay.
Because the guy needs some credit. You know, Trump posted on Truth Social the other day the Strait of America instead of the Strait of Hormuz. So I'm calling it the Strait of Rubio because dude we've got the Gulf of America. Throw Rubio something. I mean, he's president of Cuba, emperor of Greenland, and protector of Mexico.
Yeah.
So.
No, I was like, wait, that must be something I missed because I haven't heard you call it that before. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just came up with that the other day. I'm sticking with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just love the fact that Iran is like, yeah, we're gonna close that bitch, and I'm like, dude, half the waters belong to another country. What exactly is it you think you're gonna do?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, we sunk a sub with a surface to air missile with a HIMARS. So, I mean, right now we're just doing trick shots.
It's like, let's see if we can do this. We haven't tried this before. Oh, it actually worked. Oh, but.
And there was video we're using lasers too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody thought we
Yeah.
were only using lasers as designators, but yeah, there's an actual functional laser. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, they got 3 different kinds over there right now. One of them will cook a drone or a missile. One of them just blinds it. And then there was a third one. I can't remember what it does. But yeah, so y'all in 2025, we're in 2555.
Right? So speaking of places you didn't really ever think you would find fraud, or at least this much fraud, did you hear about the doctor in Anchorage?
No, lay it on me.
Yeah, so he got sentenced to 6.5 years in prison for committing $12.5 million in healthcare fraud.
Yikes. How do you pull that off?
I don't know. I mean, at one point, I'm like, I wish somebody would teach me this stuff, but then I realized they all eventually get caught, and then I'd probably just be crying and trying not to go to jail. So, be like, I put some of these people in here. You can't put me in here with them. Well, you're screwed up now, boy. So I guess it don't matter. But yeah, no. But yeah, it's funny because this stuff is popping up all over. It's like once everybody started talking about fucking Minneapolis and Minnesota, everybody, it's like it's all coming out. Like in Anchorage, are there even 12.5 million people in Alaska?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's 12.5 people in Alaska.
I don't think there's 12.5 million at least. But yeah, so apparently the doctor routinely and surreptitiously injected patients with free samples, expired medications, and medications other than those prescribed, and then knowingly billed insurance plans as if she had provided a proper injection to each patient.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Jeff just sent me a Discord. We're bombing them with a plane designed in Minecraft.
That's a good one.
So yeah, no, the fraud is out of control. And you know what? Here's the thing. It's not that it's always been out of control. Just it's getting exposed now. Yeah, you talk shit about Doge all you want, but that kind of like gave permission to people to start reporting the shit.
It's crazy to me because, at this point, we're talking about what, $125 million in Alaska that we know of. Millions upon millions of dollars of fraud being uncovered in California so far. And again, probably just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Minnesota is anywhere between $9 to $20 billion. And I'm just starting to add this stuff up. I'm like, dude, if we can really be defrauded of hundreds of or tens of billions of dollars, then we are definitely being taxed way too much if our system didn't go, something's definitely broken here. I don't understand why nobody else is as mad about this as I seem to be. Because I talk to people all the time and like, well, it's not like it's really that big a deal. It's just government money anyway. I'm like, are you insane? You know that money's supposed to come from us, right?
Yeah. I mean, the same people. Okay. let's put some perspective on this. The same people who are bitching about, what the war in Iran, what we could do with the money that we're spending on the war in Iran. Well, we could buy a super carrier for the fraud that was in Minnesota. Those are $13 billion.
Yeah. I mean,
and not like a Nimitz class either, too. We could you could build a brand new Ford. Or 4 of those pocket carriers that I was talking about. I'm like, well, how much can it's 2/3 of a super carrier air wing can be carried on one of those pocket carriers. So, in F-35s. Yeah, you don't have all the cool AWACS and shit, but, what more do you need?
good question. So what's been grinding your gears the last few days?
Oh, fuck. What hasn't? Let's see. The current predominating thing in my feed lately has been where I said only third world countries use the cope slope on their carriers. That's the ramp. And now I have a whole bunch of angry French and British and Russians and Indians in my feed because we're not a third world country. Yes, you are. You are.
Yes. I'm sorry, but you
Especially you, England. You let the Moors invade. They only had to behead one infidel, and you surrendered.
You surrendered.
And I'll show the picture of that. Yeah. Ooh, Spain isn't a third world country. The fuck you aren't. England can't even get its carrier over to Iran because it needs an escort. And since France said that they're not going to be sending any ships over there, and Britain was kind of hoping on France to escort them. I mean, that gives you the absolute state that NATO is in right now. The entirety of the flagship of the British Navy, the escort unit for it is all being refitted simultaneously.
So I think Miss Spammy Burger might have overcalculated and started trying to do things way too early because none of this makes any sense to me because from a logical perspective, she and the commie in New York City should have acted normal until after the midterms, and they didn't. So there was just a special election in Virginia, and Andrew Rice beat Cheryl Smith by 28 points.
Yeah, that was an absolute shellacking.
What was a Trump 14-point district. So he doubled the damage.
Yeah, and you see Hochul is trying to get rich people to move back to pay for all of New York City's socialist plans.
Well,
I don't want to raise taxes. What would really be helpful is if a lot of you millionaires and billionaires move back to New York from Florida.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No, that's not happening. That's you kind of jumped the gun there. You just got so used to having your way over the last 4 years that you did not see the times they were a changing. Yeah, that's right, Al. If you think of how far Britain and Spain's navies have fallen, I mean, shit. One of the earliest things you learn about in world history is the Spanish Armada fighting Drake and, the greatest naval, two of the greatest naval powers that ever existed can't even field a fucking frigate.
Yeah, I just think it's funny
that little diesel electric.
When it came to Islam, the British surrendered faster than the French.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
A little bit.
I'm pretty sure Argentina could take back the Falklands without a problem.
I don't know. Apparently, they're sending a bunch of stuff up to help with the Straits of Rubio, so they might be going for the Falklands next. You never know.
That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. That's what you get. You can't even keep your oil. Because if there wasn't oil on those islands, they would have been fighting over sheep.
Right.
Literally the only things in the Falkland Islands. There, I said it.
Somebody has to say it. Probably better that it's you, though.
Yeah. Oh, this one I'll definitely say. Britain and Spain did the Muslim run in under 12 parsecs. That's from Jeff.
Nice. Oh, so
send your emails to Rick at KLRNRadio.
Oh no, he has his own email. You can send those to him.
Okay, well, yeah.
So this is interesting. This was apparently looks like a podcast of some sort from the Middle East. And I quote from the clip: "There are not enough Muslims in America right now that demand full Sharia law and replace its secular system. We need to gain political power and implement it little by little." So, yeah.
That's only because we haven't played Cowboys and Muslims yet.
We need to start.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. You know what? Islam is just not compatible with Western culture.
It's just
If you're wondering why Jeff sends those to me on Discord, is because they don't make it through the X filter.
Oh, I know. He's told me before.
No, it is wholly incompatible with Western civilization. 8th century goat fuckers do not a civilization make. Sure, maybe in the 8th century, you're doing all right, but not so much the last 1,000 years.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of been stuck. The rest of the world's been moving forward. You, not so much.
Yes.
But, what do you expect?
So, commercial break?
Yeah, we've hit about that point.
Or interlude break?
Yeah. Interlude. Let's see. I think it's this one.
I do love ludes, inter and otherwise.
Yeah. Nerd. I hit the wrong screen. Hang on.
There we go. That be the butt, Bob.
I could have swore I expanded it earlier. I don't know why I didn't take it. All right, here we go. There we go.
I love the girls and the money and the shame of life. My shallow mind is just a sign of new game of life. There were girls in the front and there were girls in the back, and there were girls petting squirrels and there were squirrels smoking crack with an old Navy SEAL in the DEA and a loaded automatic just to blow me all away, with the dog drinking liquor from a hole in the sky and a picture of a pitcher throwing pitches at a guy. He had a problem with his sister and a 3D cups and a brother with a shovel just to shake it all up. I love the girls and the money and the shame of life. Hop down to the people on the street where the flaws in the navel make the people want to eat. My shallow mind is just a sign of new game of life. Get down to the level of the rest where the people on the street put the metal to the test. Locomotive individual and a knuckle in a fighting. I was hiding in the bushes, but I couldn't stand the light, and he was highly indisputable, the leader of the gang, like a bullet in a freezer. Bang, bang. I love the girls and the money and the shame of life. Hop down to the people on the street where the flaws in the navel make the people want to eat. My shallow mind is just a sign of new game of life. Get down to the level of the rest where the people on the street put the metal to the test. Get down. Get down. Get down. Invisibility is a relative thing. I was all shaken up after I got shaken down. I was shaking in the air and I was shaking on the ground. I was taken by the shaker who was preaching to the crew. He was shaking lots of bacon, cooking egg in his shoe. And the way that all the stereos began to sing a tune told us we were just a vision in a dream about a shoe that was walking to the store to find a needle for a soul that had lost a little reason to a little tiny hole. I love the girls and the money and the shame of life. Hop down to the people on the street
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. So, remember how I said I hadn't been keeping up very well the last couple of days, so I've been kind of doing a little bit of digging for the last hour or so. I just found something else that I missed, and this one's kind of a big deal too. So, apparently, there was a primary for Democrats, and I think it was Illinois. I think I'm trying to find the notes again. Anyway, so the guy who was running on, the whole affordability thing was charging people at his campaign rally, for the watch party, and was charging them rather exorbitant amounts of money. So for domestic beer, it was $15.34 a bottle. Premium beer was $18.03 a bottle. Wine was $21.87 a glass. Spirits were $21.87, most likely per glass per shot. And for water or
Most
soda,
likely well.
was still $12.85 for water. So he spent more than $20 million and still lost, but was charging people out the ass at his campaign watch party to be there.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's like Elizabeth Warren, who goes on and on and on about rich bankers. One time she held a campaign fundraiser in a bank vault.
Yeah. Well, she had to have somewhere to stash all the money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, couldn't put it all in her teepee.
Well,
That's a lot of wampum.
That's a lot of wampum. Oh, dude, but still, seriously, for a Congress level election, dude spent $20 million. So apparently he hired 3 pollsters that we know of and was still charging $13 for water. And this is from their X account. Thanks, volunteers, for working for me. Now pay $13 for water, Republican strategist Colin Corbett wrote on social media. I guess based on how Rojo treats his staff, this shouldn't be surprising. That's worse than some stadium prices, according to Politico Playbook. Which, if you're pissing off Politico, just saying.
Yeah, I mean that's worse than ski area prices.
That's nuts. But yeah, so, and apparently he lost anyway, so I don't know who won because I can't seem to find it here. But yeah, so apparently the dude running on affordability and then trying to bilk everybody at his campaign watch party lost. So
yeah, I mean that's just normal. That tracks.
I guess it was. It was in the Senate primary in Illinois, Democratic Rep Raja Kirishmuthi, Illinois District 8, has been in the House for 5 terms, so you would have thought he might have had the upper hand, especially since he talked about the Democrats' new favorite words, affordability. But apparently not. So
yeah, I liked that. Every person that Ro Khanna endorsed in all of the Illinois races, all except for one of them, lost, and the one who won was running unopposed.
Well, I guess that's one safe endorsement. I'm going to endorse the guy that's running unopposed. At least that way I get one.
It's like that one. I can't remember which Illinois district it is, but there's one token sacrificial GOP that runs every year in it. And he's a total he's one of those damn Illinois Nazis. I hate Illinois Nazis. But I mean, literally, Illinois Nazi. He runs GOP every year just to lose and keep his name in the forefront. I mean, it's like one of the most safest Dem districts you could ever imagine. And he does it on purpose because he knows he's not going to win. So he doesn't have the responsibility of, oh shit, I fucking won.
Pardon me.
Yeah, so
couldn't get to the mute button in time. Sorry about that.
No, I've got, because it's so hot, and I haven't hooked my AC up yet, I got one of those little Camp Mr. fans running in my room, which is, normally not too bad, but it is currently at my desk, 87 degrees with 66% humidity.
Oh, I see.
This is what Texas must feel like.
Yeah, probably. I see what you're talking about now. I guess there was a story about it at Red State. I didn't notice it till now, but apparently the hospice fraud being exposed in California has collapsed a total of 197 agencies registered to one address.
Yeah. That's
doesn't-
insane, right?
You would think, there should be some government oversight to be like, hey, why do we have so many of these places registered to the same address? You would think that would be a thing, but I guess not really, because
I mean, I'm no database whiz. I basically, everything I know about databases is using, being an asshole using Access and Microsoft, right? Aside from some web stuff. But anyway, even I can figure out how to build a cross-reference in a database to find duplicates. Run the address. Oh, shit, 197 of them, huh? Maybe we should send somebody by there. Just
yeah, you would think that would have gotten some door knocks, but I guess I shouldn't really be surprised since a lot of these people are patterning things after the same stuff. So there's another Biden thing in the news. I don't know if you've heard about this yet. So, have you heard of
Which
the
one's that?
National Parents and Families Engagement Council?
I vaguely remember it. I think that was his kind of answer to angry moms at PTAs.
Kind of, sort of. So apparently there have been some internal emails obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request to the U.S. Department of Education. And those tell a completely different story than the mission statement for the group, because the mission statement for the group was as follows: the National Parents and Families Engagement Council will help ensure recovery efforts meet student needs. They show, however, officials working with outside organizations to shape the council's membership, prioritizing groups already aligned with the administration's agenda, not a broad
Shocking
cross-section of parents, but instead a curated list. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So
surprising pretty much nobody.
You seen all the shit going down about the memory of Cesar Chavez?
I have not. No, what did I miss?
So it's come out that he was quite the sexual abuser of women and young girls. And so even the UFW is distancing themselves from him. It's like they're not sending any representatives or anybody to acknowledge Cesar Chavez Day at any of the major where the major celebrations are. And so yeah, if you don't remember, Biden had a bust of Cesar Chavez in the Oval Office.
Yeah, I remember, because I remember everybody talking about it.
Yeah, so even the UFW has come out saying, if you were abused by Cesar Chavez, come forward. We need to know. So, yeah.
Fun times.
Maybe we should have all eaten grapes in the 80s when we wanted to. That's an old joke for you young kids. There was a boycott on grapes to raise awareness for migrant farm workers.
I remember.
So nationwide, you remember that? Okay, good. That wasn't just yeah. So and that Cesar Chavez was a big rally point. It's kind of how he, was kind of the springboard. I mean, he had been around for a while, but that was really the national awareness of Cesar Chavez. And yeah, so fuck you. I'm gonna go get some grapes tomorrow. I might even drink some Ernest and Julio Gallo.
Get all the grapes.
Yeah. God, grapes do actually sound good. I think I can get some red grapes. I'm tired of green grapes. Yeah. Hang on. Let me put that on my list. Red grapes. Done. Done and done. Because you know that it's getting hot. Fruit time. But I've been getting some fantastic pears. I fucking love pears, dude.
Those are yummy.
Yeah.
So, with this whole Cesar Chavez thing, we should start trying to get hashtag YoTomBN trending. Since that's literally Spanish for me too.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Do it, Twitter. Make us proud. God damn it, I forgot to share my feed.
I didn't know if it glitched out on you because I went to start looking at numbers on the break and I'm like, his feed's not there. But it's okay.
Yeah, no, I fucked up. I had it set up for right around the end of Gene, and I had to close my window for some. Oh, I had to restart my computer, and because I was getting a lot of weird voice meter shit. And then when I came back, I forgot to relaunch it, thinking I already had. That's okay. Half the day I thought it was Tuesday.
Kind of how I felt.
And I know
yesterday.
I know it was Wednesday because it's trash day.
Well, that's how I felt yesterday because I mean, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I was doing something that required me sitting in a particular room for a while I was doing it. And then I started trying to get up and my back was like, nope, we're done. I was like, yeah. And I was like, crap, it's Tuesday. I'm supposed to do a show later. And so I'll see how I feel after I get Loftus's project done. And I was done. And it was even worse is I finally gave up and took a muscle relaxer. And then I fell asleep before I got things logged in for BZ. So I didn't even simulcast his show last night. So I was just failing all over the place.
See, if I didn't know about your constant and prolific back problems and being sympathetic because I've got them, I was going to call you Steve.
You're such a nerd. I figured somebody would do it anyway. But at least...
Come to think of it, I think I did. I don't know if I did it on air, but I know I did in the chat.
It's all good.
I know.
But remember, for the longest time, Steve wouldn't even do a show if he couldn't be there. So,
right. Yeah, there's that. Which reminds me, I got to get my gear set up this week. I got all my stuff together finally. I got it all in, so I can reconfigure my desk for actual producing. And I know you're going to say, I've been hearing that for 6 years, but you know. I did say that pre-show. That's right. Okay. I could feel your tone. Okay.
I actually wasn't going to say it this time. I mean, I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to say it out loud.
Right. Yeah. We've been together for 10 years now. I can feel your thoughts.
That sounds
Do
dirty.
you know what I'm thinking now?
That sounds dirty. And why are you thinking about BBC at a time like this, sir?
I got to push it around somehow.
Oh, so what you been watching?
Shit, it's that time already. What have I been watching? Jesus. Oh. So, yeah, I know. I still haven't started Fallout. But the other day, Janelle made that fucking move oolong home joke with oolong tea. You know, from but with the hopscotch from DS9. So I had to watch the episode. And I'm trying really hard not to get back into the episode. Get back into the series. Because I just finished it like a couple of weeks ago. So right now, not much. I mean, I'm out as soon as my head hits the pillow. Just because it's hot and I want it to be over with. So the sooner I fall asleep, the sooner I can wake up and start drinking coffee. Because making ball soup in bed is not fun.
Well, you know,
unless you're doing it with somebody else, and then it's all right.
If someone would service their air conditioner, they wouldn't be making ball soup in bed, now would they?
Yeah, I'm doing that tomorrow. Fuck it. Hang on, what's the long range forecast? It'll probably be 20s on Monday. Let's see. Oh, good. We're in a heat advisory now. I didn't even know that, but that tracks.
Fun times. Fun times.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, I'm good for a couple weeks. Yeah. Jeff, 85 isn't as cool as you think it is. All right. He's like, fuck you. No. And that just means that I'm that much closer to it being 111. Desert life. You know, I love it.
Damn desert.
What are you watching? Yeah.
Shit, what have I been watching? All right, so today, because when I got back from being put through the pretzel factory, I didn't feel like doing very much, so I just laid down for a while. So I watched the most recent episodes of The Rookie and then Will Trent, and then other than that, I mean, I did finish watching all of Starfleet Academy season 1. I don't know if I'll be watching season 2, but I did try the whole season. Actually, the last 2 episodes didn't completely suck, but I still don't know if it's going to be enough to draw me
You're
back
just
in.
numb to it now.
Well, I mean, I think that's part of it because I've watched all the new Trek from the beginning, so I think I've just slowly become numb to their bullshit, so it doesn't bother me anymore.
Yeah, it's like The Wire and Garrick's brain.
But
if I have to
yeah,
explain that
so
reference to the chat, I'll do it later.
But yeah, so I did finish watching that, and again, I don't know if I'll watch season 2. Which honestly, one of the only things that was the saving grace for me this season was the few times that the big bad was on, because that dude plays an awesome bad guy. I don't think I've ever really paid attention to him playing a bad guy before. I can't think of his name right now. But apparently he's not even going to be in the second season. So I don't even know if I'm going to bother.
Yeah, why would they have the good character that people relate to come back a second season?
But yeah, I'm a little bummed because I completely forgot about Janelle doing the whole Elite Force run through today.
Yeah.
And I may actually turn that on when I go to sleep earlier or later.
Yeah, that was yesterday. I was looking for you in the chat.
That was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, see?
Well,
Happened to you too.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. I barely had it in there yesterday, so I wouldn't have been able to be on very long anyway, because it kept coming in and out. So,
yeah. So, yeah, I think we got our new corn in that already.
Yeah, you're what?
The annoying crew member. And yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, not Nemec. Nemec we like.
Well, no, I thought you said corn. I was like, what? And then I realized you were saying corn, and then I realized
sweet space corn.
But yeah, yeah, I'm still bummed, dude. Every time I was in that chat, she's like, "Is today gonna be the day we space corn?" Like, I don't know. Is it? Can we do it? Can we do it? And then she never did. Never.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it was an option, but still being able to call Corn a loser, that was good. You're a loser, Corn.
That was pretty cool.
So, yeah. Oh, that's right. Jeff just caught up with that. So, if you haven't been listening to the Curse of Stephaneros, when you said, "Why are you thinking about BBC?" Because Janie's hot. She's got the big black cock, and yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I mean, Janie is hot.
She is hot. And fun. So, but that's it. That's all you're watching. Usually you got a list. Oh, that's right. You didn't have TV for.
Really, like I said, my TV just really started working again today, so I hadn't really been able to watch too much. But
I know what I was going to say.
We're kind of getting to the point where a lot of the stuff I normally watch is starting to go off. Well, that's not entirely true. I'm still watching Fire Country, Sheriff's Country, and Boston Blue. Boston Blue still just kind of so I don't know if I'm going to stick around much after the first season. But they're trying, though. The last episode wasn't completely terrible, but I don't know.
So I know what I wanted to talk about. I'm sure I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, too.
What's that?
I am not as disappointed as everybody else about the announcement that it's going to be an animated series. I think that's the only way they could have done it, actually.
It is.
And still have Tudyk in it.
With as old as they've all gotten, about the only thing they can really do is basically set this between, the end of the TV show and between that time in the movie, so everybody can still be in it. And with it being animated, I mean, about the only one I guess who might not be in it would be Shepard Book, but they may just wind up bringing in somebody else to do the voice, or hell, they may do AI. Like I saw this weird thing, like Val Kilmer was cast in a role back in 2020, and they couldn't ever get it done because of his throat cancer. So they're bringing him back in, and the part's being done with him in AI. I'm like, this could get very weird.
Well, I mean, that's what I said. Even if they do the TV show, yeah, they can just AI Ron Glass in, providing, and this is where they have the permission of the estate. That's where, that's where I draw the line. If you're gonna do it with permission of the estate. Don't fucking just do it because you can. Like they did with Fred Astaire in that Pepsi commercial, the Super Bowl commercial years ago.
Yeah, that was. But so speaking of, the things being done without permission, I don't know if you've seen this yet either, but I saw this while we were on break, and it actually kind of threw me off a little bit, because I didn't think anything like this would be possible. But apparently, this is a Florida woman story. A Florida hospital has sued a patient because she'd been swatted
that
in
one.
the hospital for 5 months past her discharge date.
Yeah.
How is that? How the hell do you not know somebody's hanging out in the hospital for 5 months past the point
They know. They just wouldn't let her go. I mean, she just wouldn't go. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm guessing. I didn't dig too deep. I thought you were talking about the Florida woman who was arrested for breaking into the penguin enclosure and teaching him to tap dance using an alligator as a partner while she was in a pineapple suit. Because my answer to that is the perfect woman does exist.
Yeah, that was actually going to be the next one I brought up. And my answer to that was the same as somebody else who I'm in a group with. I thought this was America.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, if you can't teach penguins to tap dance, because when I tweeted that, somebody said, wait, hold up. She had an alligator at a partner. Alligators are fantastic tap dancers. I don't know where they got this rep that they can't tap dance. They can, okay? And with their little claws, it's natural. So, fuck you, doubters.
Never doubt us again. All right, so what do you got going on this week? Because we're down to about 2 minutes anyway.
Oh, hold that thought. I got a cough. So, this week I've got tomorrow night. I am with the Culture Shift with Brad with the Fantastic Hair. We will be taking our bi-weekly dive into the the business side of the entertainment industry. Friday night, Curse of Stefaneros with myself, Jeff, Delaney, Vincent Charles, Janie Mack, and the EP with Jeff as the DM. We're doing a D&D session. You should check it out. It's a lot of fun. Saturday, I'm with you on Juxtaposition, where we do our annual Mandela Effect episode. Sunday, I am on the Vincent Charles Project, where maybe... Oh, no, wait. I think I know what movie we're doing instead. Anyway, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to announce it. And that's me for the week. Oh, and you can find me as Ordnance Packard on Twitter. How about you? What do you got going on? What's new with Rick?
So tomorrow I'll be back doing Jen and Rick, 10 p.m. Eastern. Friday, Rick Robinson's show starting at noon. Weekend News Roundup starting at 3. And then He Said, She Said at 8:30. And then Saturday, background with you at 10 p.m. Eastern doing Rick and Ordy show. And then hopefully, as long as there's no crazy weather or anything that tries to come in and kill my internet again, we'll do Kingdom and Country on Sunday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, America Off the Rails. Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. And, of course, the Rick Robinson show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon. And then, of course, Tuesday, I'll be hanging out with the Men Explained Poorly panel, who did a show without me last night because I couldn't sit in my chair and barely had internet. So thank you guys for keeping it going for me. So, because for a second I thought...
Yeah, that's what we do.
I thought VC was going to be like, nah, we'll just wait. But, all right. I think that's going to just about do it for us. We got Sean on Edge of Liberty coming up in about a minute or so. And then that'll be it for us for tonight. And then, like I said, everything else, just feel free to check out our schedule. You can find me at RadioVic73 on X. You can follow along with everything we do here at KLRNRadio, at KLRNRadio on X, YouTube, Facebook. Unfortunately, Rumble, for some reason, wouldn't let me put at KLRNRadio, so it's actually under America's Podcast Network, but we are over there too. And I think that's it. I think that's everything. If not, it's most of it, so it's good enough.
It's
Bye,
all the
everybody.
important shit. Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Get ready for true.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. It is the 18th of March, 2026. Here in California, it was hot as balls, 90 degrees. This happens, especially when we start rolling into spring. You get some weird weather patterns. We'll probably cool off, get some more rain again, get some more snow up in the mountains. But, man, I am not ready for summer yet. I'm not a son. No. Oh, your gain is hot on your mic. Hopefully that's a little bit better, Ricky. Thank you for that. See, I like positive feedback from the chat. I'll even bring it off there a little bit. Hopefully that's better for everybody. But if he is, I am definitely not a warm weather person. I haven't been for years. The older I get, the less I like the heat. So to get stuck with the 90 today, oh, brutal. I know it could be worse. I know there are people in Oklahoma that's dealing with the fires, and our thoughts are with you guys as well. Obviously, there are people deployed to a war zone right now. I know people have a much harder life than I. Does not mean I can't bitch a little bit here and there. And speaking of bitches, Governor Gavin Newsom, see what I did there? See, that's called a segue, folks. That's how you know I've been doing this for a while. Just set it up, knock it out. Governor Gavin Newsom has been... I try so hard not to talk about Newsom every show. I really go out of my way to try to not talk about this son of a bitch. But the problem is he's in this weird limelight of people thinking, including Gavin himself, that he's relevant. And then people take and Izzy and all the little twerps that run his little governor press office BS
come out and just say stupid shit, and then I'm fucking forced to comment on it, because you just can't not comment on such a stupid shit that he's trying to pull. And again, this guy will never be president. Never. The entire country sees him for what he is. Gavin Newsom will never be president. And this isn't like Obama saying Trump will never be president. No. Gavin Newsom will never be president, because outside of California and the uber progressive left, even Democrats hate fucking Gavin Newsom. And it's not a secret. They're not shy about it. So, going back to March 10th. Now, gas prices in California right now are averaging $5.53 a gallon. It's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. And this is what happens when you, as I've said before, create a fuel island for yourself, and then you make gas. And by the way, 80% of our fuel comes from overseas. Talked about that before. Special blend, yada, yada, yada. If you don't know it, look into it. And Newsom's still trying to blame it on strictly the conflict in Iran, which I'm going to cover in the next segment. But the national average is 368 during a conflict in one of the most oil-rich regions in the world, with trouble with the Hormuz Straits. And it's still only 368. It's still less than it was under Biden. In California, that's a $1.85 gap over the national fucking average. $1.85. There are places in Texas right now, it's still under 310. And he's trying to now stop the Sable offshore pipeline, which comes from a drilling well off the coast of California, which would actually help, lower prices, increase the amount of oil we have it pumped and grabbed in America and refined cheaper and cleaner and all these other things. He's trying to stop it. It did have a leak a couple years ago. That is tragic. It is an unfortunate reality that it happens sometimes. It's almost like, well, when you look at deliberate acts, it doesn't fall into that. It's not like allowing homelessness to go out of control so you can funnel money into your friends' pockets. It's not giving grants to nonprofits that your wife runs so that money goes back into your profit. It is what's called a true accident. And it is sad when these accidents happen. Yes. However, the trade-off to that is O2 and O2, thank you for moderating this evening. The Phantom, thank you for moderating this evening. Jersey Joe, I'm going to read about that in a second. And then, of course, BZ being the first in chat tonight. And he likes to make sure everybody knows that he is, in fact, the first in chat tonight, even when he's not. He's old. We let him have it. We let him feel special. He's not going to be around for too long. But as I was saying, you have people in a state where unemployment's higher than just about anywhere else. Cost of living is through the roof. All Newsom's fault. All the Democrats' fault. And you're going to turn around and stop, because environmentals, and try to stop this pipeline from coming back online. The pipeline that was online for numerous years. And you're going to turn around. And look, Newsom needs to try to change the narrative, because everything he's done has been awful. Everything is terrible in California because of Newsom. Now, California is actually paying a $1.3 million settlement for unconstitutional ban on gun advertising. Jersey Joe just shared that in the chat. So that tells you like the mindset of California. By the way, when it says California agrees, that means the California taxpayers have to pay that now. So California fucked up and the taxpayers are paying for it yet again. This is so typical in California. The taxpayers just take it to the face here. Now, he's fighting this Sable pipeline. After Phillips 66 is closing, the Valero's closing. That's 25% of our refining possibility. Oh, and I don't know if you saw, and I don't have the full video because for investigations like this, if I have a 30-second clip, I'll play it, but I don't want to steal somebody else's content outright when they've done really good work. The O'Keefe Media Group, you remember James O'Keefe, he started Project Veritas, obtained undercover footage from State Farm VP Hayden Kirkpatrick, admitting State Farm used mass cancellations as leverage to force California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara to improve rate hikes. So, and this, of course, you add that into the fires, and let's see, Grim Reaper said, I saw a proposed tax per mile. Yeah, I will talk about that in a second, Grim Reaper, because I mentioned that the other night, and there's more to it, because the person in charge of that for the state of California, I'll touch on this right now, was on the news like 2 or 3 weeks ago saying, oh, we're just trying to, we're just floating ideas around, and we're going to try to check things out. And we're probably not going to do it, which is entirely, oh, sorry, I was just trying to get the blood flow back to my hand, which is a lie. They are going to fucking do it. They're going to try the tax per mile thing, and it's going to be a shit show. Now, if you don't know, California has the highest registration rates in the country. I have an 11-year-old pickup truck, and my registration is still $400 a year. Still $400 a year for an 11-year-old pickup truck. That's how ridiculous it is here. That doesn't include the smog you have to get on an 11-year-old pickup truck. That doesn't include the price of gas. The insurance is through the roof. And this is all Newsom. This is the guy who is trying to run for president. And I'm not even talking about all the lies, all the laws that went against parents and put kids at risk and all the other stuff that Newsom signed up. This is just the top of the iceberg, so to speak, the tip of the iceberg. And then it comes to find out, you know all about everything in the LA fires. We know how ridiculous it is. We know the LA Fire Department, that Mayor Bass essentially set them up to fail, and the leadership of that department did not help themselves. Not the folks on the ground, but the leadership. Well, come to find out, apparently the civilian board, there's 6 of them that oversees that. Reports are today 5 of them walked off the job. You have these civilians, and these are oftentimes do-nothing jobs that are handed out to certain friends of friends of friends to be on these commissioner boards, to essentially do what the person who appointed them tells them to do. Oh, we'll approve this, we'll approve that, we'll say this looks good, we'll get rid of that. Da, 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 da. That's what these commissions are. All these civilian commissions are political kiss asses for the most part, who couldn't make it in politics, but they did enough where somebody had to throw them a bone. And 5 of them walked out of their job with the LA Fire Department because of the LA fires. I'm just letting you know what a shit show California is. And it's a state where for years, Cesar Chavez was considered to be he has his own holiday. He was a farm worker. He's a socialist. He pushed all the unions here. And for years, he's got streets named after him. You get a state holiday for it. There's parks named after him. Oh, he's the greatest guy ever. He's the greatest guy ever. He's the greatest guy ever. And I know just from living here and talking to people that he was not, in fact, a great guy. That behind closed doors, he was an asshole. He was a jerk. He was a womanizer. And those are just some of the nicer things that's being said about him. Well, apparently it came out today that Cesar Chavez allegedly, a long time ago, committed an essay against a 14-year-old girl. And now, and this is my favorite parts about Democrats, and especially the super progressives and the socialists and the union lovers, who I can't stand the unions. They always build up these people to be these heroes. And even though there's a bunch of other people going, he may not be the guy you think it is. Oh, no. We can win off saying this guy's name. We can push our agenda off saying this guy's name, yada, yada, yada. And they named everything after him in the state. He's got freeways named after him. And I know over at Katie Grimes, who originally was on the SAC Citizen, now she writes for California Globe. I can remember covering a story that she had back in like 2018 on Sackheads that said that everything about Cesar Chavez that they're all acting shocked about now was true back then. And when the story was brought up, you were called, well, because he's Hispanic, you must be racist. Oh, it's just because you're a conservative and you hate unions. I do. But that wasn't the only reason. Oh, this, oh, that. It never wants to focus on the person. They just want to say you're wrong for disagreeing. It's like I talked about Monday night. That's what Democrats do. They get you in the emotional argument, and then they essentially give you the binary choices. If you don't emotionally attach to this and give everything emotionally to that, then you are completely against us. Well, no, I can disagree with some things and agree with you here. No. If you don't blindly just fucking go along with what we're telling you, you're a bigot, you're a homophobe, you're a racist, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing. That's been the Democrat trap since Obama. A couple years before Obama got elected, but that's been the Democrat chat. And I can remember hearing that when I was questioning Cesar Chavez back in the day. I used to work downtown Sacramento where all the unions used to come and protest. And I remember talking to individual people in the unions, be like, did you hear about this? Because there's several reports. How dare you say that about Cesar Chavez? He was a great man who assaulted 14-year-old females. So I occasionally want to give everybody the overall idea of what it's like to live in California. And I'm not done yet. Because I mentioned James O'Keefe's story earlier with the vice president over there at State Farm, who, of course, they were coercing the state government to raise insurance rates on homeowners when it's already impossible to fucking live here, right? And the state government went along with it. And the head of the insurance, look into that dude. I forget his name. Hold on. I got it here. I do have it in my notes. Ricardo Lara. There's been controversy about Lara for the last couple of years. He jets off all over the place for free, probably paid for by State Farms and others. I don't know that for sure. Just probably. He's out of the country more than he's in the country, right? And he was the one who agreed to raise the rates. So that just, again, that tells you overall what we're looking at. And then, of course, there's the O'Keefe story and the Nick Shirley story. So Nick Shirley is now... and the other O'Keefe story. I'm sorry, that's not even the only fucking O'Keefe story. The other one is the ballot harvesting that goes on here in California. Yeah. So these initiative groups who want to get an initiative on the ballot, who want to pass an initiative or whatever, they need X amount of signatures. I think it's 500,000 in California. Don't quote me on that. It might be 250,000 if you want to get an initiative to be voted on by the people. Well, some of these groups have been caught going into where the homeless populations are, handing out money for people to sign up. And not only, and again, I'm not going to play O'Keefe's video because I want you to go watch it on his site. I want to give him the credit for it. And they're paying $3-4, sometimes having people sign other people's names to get these initiatives on the ballots. And of course, the homeless guys, if I was homeless and out of a job, and every time I sign this, you're going to give me a couple of bucks. Yeah, I'll sign fucking anyone's name, right? How many times? 1,000? You want to give me $4,000 say for signing a name? Sure. Why not? I ain't nothing to lose. I'm homeless, criminal record, whatever. So why would I give a fuck? And this is the problem. I saw a great video earlier today that talks about societal trust and how so much of trust in this country has been eroded. That's why you see things like T-shirts and underwear and deodorant locked up in stores. And essentially why we've gotten here as a society is because there used to be a general idea of what societal trust was. You could trust people even if you disagreed with them not to do this or not to do that or potentially do this good thing. And that's been eroded for the last 20 years in this country. It's eroded. You see it in these mass takeover robberies, right? You see it with these rioting. You see it with all of these decisions. And the progressive left specifically, their messaging has in fact created and fueled a lot of this. We've done shows upon shows about it. I'm not going to sit here and run it all out again, because you can go back and watch one of my old shows and there's a million different examples of it. And this is another example, because these ballot initiative people get all of this money from PACs. They know where to go. They know who to target. They're using essentially these homeless people, many of them not mentally cognitive enough to understand what they're doing. And it's all on video. So then on top of that, you have Nick Shirley, who's down here allegedly unearthing millions of dollars in more ghost daycares and the hospice frauds that are going on. Watch Nick Shirley's videos going into these places where there's 20 hospice places in these one little business park. And you have guys coming out driving brand new, what's it, BMW M8 or something like that. But there's nobody inside. Half of them don't even have offices in there. They just have a printed stores business sign on the front. And not printed like they even wasted enough time to go online and use AI or even anything generic, or going to Staples and buy Yes, We're Open. No, it's printed on a piece of 8 by 11 paper. We're talking millions and millions of dollars. And Newsom's scared, and you know Newsom's scared because he's going after Nick Shirley. Now, look, I will say this time and again. If I was Gavin Newsom, the best thing I would do is say nothing about investigations like this. Because if you truly believe there's nothing going on, then I would say that. Like, yeah, no, if you unearth something, we'll deal with it. But I don't think there's anything there. That's about the most I would say about this. You want to go after other politicians? Yeah, that's fair game. Politician in the world is fine. But when you have a young man who has exposed a ton of fraud in Minnesota, I'm not saying he's a super investigator. I'm not saying he's the best journalist in the world, but he's doing the legwork. And you can't tell me that of all the fraud that we know now is in Minnesota, that California doesn't have at least as much, if not more, just by how large and poorly run the state of California is. I did that whole article on shrmedia.com about how easy it is to get Medi-Cal in California. How they throw out like, oh, well, you need a driver's license for us to validate. And then on the next page, you can turn around and say, yeah, but to get a driver's license, you don't even need to be a resident. You just have to claim to have lived somewhere, and it's very easy to bypass, and there's no proof needed. So you can get that driver's license easy. Then you can claim residency to get Medi-Cal, which gets you all of your health insurance for free because you say, I don't have a job. And then, as we talked about before with the reports of people living over the border and then coming over to get healthcare treatment, this is absolutely an ongoing issue to the tunes of millions and millions and millions of dollars. J&S Casinos, tell me where he was convicted of actual fraud. Actual fraud in the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars. And not because there was lawfare and they started adding things in to try to recreate the law. But go ahead. Tell me all the different... Explain to me why J&S Casinos, there was like 94 federal investigations on him. Why you have people trying to investigate him in places that he never lived or worked? It was lawfare. Don't give me that shit. And we're not talking about politicians right now, per se. We're talking about individuals taking advantage of a system like hospice. So even if you're right, he was all of a sudden actually fraudulent to millions and millions of dollars. Does that make it right for these businesses to do it? But I know, Orange Man bad. What about Trump? Go fuck yourself. It's amazing. They never want to have a conversation about anything else without mentioning Trump's name. And then they'd say everybody else is in a cult. Everybody else is in the cult. But they can't go 5 minutes. This has nothing to do with Trump. What I'm talking about right now has everything to do with California. I'm not mentioning Trump, but the cultists have to come in here and mention it because it's all they have when they're in the third world countries trying to act like they're Americans. And we know who they are. Holy crap, what time is it? 8:23. Let's see. I did have a couple of videos I wanted to play. By the way, speaking of politicians in Texas, this is James Tellerico, and I was just talking about Cesar Chavez. Leaders like Cesar Chavez build strong nations and a strong middle class. And this was when? March 31st, 2023. Yeah, James Tellerico is no centrist either, friends, contrary to what everyone's trying to tell you. Oh, before I go to break, let's talk a little bit about Markwayne Mullin's confirmation on the Hill today. And there's a story of two different interactions. One of them I'm going to play afterwards because it shows you, like, and I've admitted I was wrong about him in the past, but how certain politicians can actually disagree but still do so in a way that you can agree. And then there are other ones who just can't even stop themselves. And Rand Paul is one of those other ones. And here's the interaction between Markwayne Mullin and Rand Paul. And they don't even like each other.
Everybody in this room knows that I'm very blunt and direct to the point, and if I have something to say, I'll say it directly to your face. If you recall, back in my House days, we actually did have this conversation because of the remarks that I made. You were in a room. I simply addressed that. I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having, that I could understand why the neighbor did what he did. As far as my terms of the snake in the grass, sir, I work around this room to try to fix problems. I've worked with many people in this room. Seems like you fight Republicans more than you work with us. I did address those remarks. I did explain your gimmicks by the amendment you put forth. And as far as me saying that I invoke violence, I don't think anybody should be hit by surprise. I don't like that. But if I do have something to say, everybody in this room knows I'll come straight to you. I'll say it publicly and I'll say it privately, but I'll never say it behind your back. So for you to say, I'm a liar, sir, that's not accurate. And I got proof to say that because you have spent millions of dollars in my campaigns against me because we just don't get along. However, sir, that doesn't keep me at all from doing my job. I can have different opinions with everybody in this room, but as Secretary of Homeland, I'll be protecting everybody, including Kentucky, as much as I will my own backyard in Oklahoma.
So, and Rand Paul was mad because at one point Markwayne Mullin said, I kind of understood why the guy punched you in the face. And was it unclassy? Sure, but it was behind closed doors. It was a private conversation that got back. It was not a classy, but who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, it's a conversation between two people to be had, right? Jane Escasinos, his dad Ron Paul would have been great as president. I think Ron Paul absolutely has his place. I don't know how great of a president Ron Paul would have been. And that's not anything against Ron Paul. I just think that he was I don't know. I don't necessarily disagree with that answer, but I'm not as convinced as others would be. And no, Bernie wouldn't. If you say Bernie would have been a great president, you're no centrist, my friend. If you think Bernie, who's all but a devout communist, self-admitted, who vacationed in the Soviet Union, who's all about socialism, then no, you are not a centrist, dude. You just think you are. You that's like me calling myself a centrist. I don't claim to be a centrist. I'm a conservative. I have no problem admitting it, but that is absolutely not a true statement from a centrist. Anywho, that was Jane Escasinos. I appreciate you being in chat, but I disagree with you there. But like I said earlier, that was a little back and forth between Rand Paul and Markwayne Mullin because Rand Paul's a petulant child, like Mission Ready Men said in the chat room a minute ago. He's a giant baby. He is so emotional. He's playing off this libertarian grift, and I know I've said this. Massey does the same thing, where the libertarians don't have anywhere else really to give their money. And I'm not against libertarians per se. Some of their ideas are absolutely go against my my beliefs or ideals. So I'm not libertarian. I have some small libertarian agreements, absolutely. But Rand Paul and Massey play themselves off as these ginormous libertarians. And it's only to farm money from libertarians and libertarian PACs that have nowhere else to really put it. And it's been going on for years, and it's shocking to me that the libertarians haven't figured it out yet. And they're both emotional and petulant. And look, there are sometimes I have agreed with Rand Paul. I was talking about Ron earlier. And there are sometimes I've agreed with Thomas Massey. I've interviewed Thomas Massey one-on-one. Yeah, he's a nice guy. But there's some things that he does that I just absolutely don't agree with, and I think it's counterproductive. And I think he does it just so he can say, oh, this is what the libertarians would want. Give me more money so I can get reelected. I don't think that's truly who he is. Another guy, and I'm about to play him now before I go into the break, who was I've been incredibly harsh on John Fetterman in the past. I was harsh during the election. I've been harsh with him recently, but I've also said that he's one of the few Democrats that seemingly wants to have a conversation with the other side of the aisle, where it's not all about insults. It's not all about arguments. And it's more of a mindset of like, let's agree where we can agree. And I talked about this with Bill Maher the other night too. Let's agree where we can agree and then work out the other stuff later. And John Fetterman has come to the front of the pack of doing that. And this is Fetterman today in the same hearing with Markwayne Mullin. And this is, I mean, outside the Carhartt shirt, I still have an issue with the Carhartt shirt. But listen to what he has to say about Markwayne Mullin. This is how you can conduct yourself. And look, I've said before, I don't like it when conservatives just go balls to the wall with insults either. I don't think it's overly productive. There are ways you can say you're an idiot nicely without having to, and sometimes people have to get blasted, verbally, and then other times it doesn't have to be 24/7, which is what our government, strictly Congress more than anyone else, has become for the last 16 years. But here is Fetterman.
For me, I came here and I committed to come here with an open mind, and I'm going to continue to do that. And it's not going to be about gotcha moments. For me, it's about just saying my experience with you has been consistent kindness and professionalism. You know, the first time I met, it was you and your wife behind you when I was here at the orientation here in the Senate. And even before you got the call for the big job, you know, we were even discussing about getting together and having dinner as family. For me,
if we can get back to a place where we can legitimately disagree and have good discourse and try to come to the consensus of some point. And I'm not saying you have to meet in the middle on everything. And I have no issues with people sticking their heels in the sand when it's time. But that doesn't mean that everything has to be about go fuck yourself, right? It doesn't mean that everything we disagree on means that that other person's a fucking shitbag human being. Yeah, are there plenty of shitbag human beings in Congress? 100%. But that doesn't mean every single thing. And hats off to John Fetterman for saying that like a man. And I appreciate that sort of comment. I'm up against a break. We come back. I have another, and by the way, Calvin Lopez, welcome to the channel, and thank you for being here, sir. I appreciate your comment. I get some more videos I want to play for you. Get a couple more topics I want to talk about, and I'll be back right after this on the SHR Media Network. Please like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Welcome to the SHR Media Shop. This is not just merch, it is a statement. SHR Media is built as a rebellion against the mainstream. We deliver truth without a filter or permission. When you wear our gear, you are standing for liberty and unapologetic free thought. Every piece is a badge of support for independent journalism. Wear it loud, wear it proud. Support the mission and join the rebellion at the SHR Media web store.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Come listen to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show.
Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. So, I think it was yesterday, or maybe, no, it was today? Yesterday. Joe Kent, he was the former director of the National Counterterrorism under Trump, resigned. Allegedly because he opposed Operation Epic Fury, which I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. And of course, the Democrats were immediately like, haha, they're falling apart. Trump administration's falling apart. More people need to leave and blah, 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 blah. It's happening. We're finally got them this time. We're finally getting them this time, guys. It's fall coming apart now. We're going to be in the re-education camps anytime now. That's the Democrats every single time they think they have a win. They just go running with it. And run they do. Except it's come out that there's an investigation on Joe Kent from the FBI that predated his resignation. In other words, he knew he was going to be investigated for leaking classified information and then turned around and said, well, to cover my own ass, I'm going to say I oppose the war and I'm going to resign that way. So that becomes the story to try to cover up my legacy. How many times do I have to say on this show? The media does this, and politicians and bureaucrats do this all the time. They put out the bigger story they want you to see so you don't see the other story. And that looks like what's going to happen here now. Now, look, obviously, the investigation has to run its course. And I'm not saying he's guilty, but I'm saying when you resign and we find out that there was an investigation going on against you, and obviously you caught wind of it, doesn't necessarily look good for your innocence, does it? And leaking classified information, which we know under this administration, whether you like the administration or not, has been something that they have been absolutely hammering, protecting classified information. And he's out there leaking it. They hate leaks, and they should hate leaks. Classified information is classified information. And that story is now starting to come across. So that's that. And of course, the Democrats now are going to cry and, well, they're only investigating him because he came out and he resigned. No, it happened before he did. He's resigning as a result. I mentioned Iran. Let's throw a quick update for Operation Epic Fury. It's not that I'm not interested, and it's not. It's so amazing. It's not that I'm not interested, and it's not that it's not important. When you cover it every show for a few weeks, you occasionally don't want to make the whole segment about it. So that's why I'm going to give an Iran update, and then I'm going to move on. Reports that the quote-unquote head of the snake in Iran is completely removed, that less and less of the people who are quote-unquote in charge are really in charge. On the 18th, the elimination of Esmail Khatib, I may have pronounced that wrong, the head of Minister of Intelligence, he was killed in a precision strike. He's one of the people they think was essentially running the country. So that's another leader that was picked off. Khatib joins at least 48 others There was also Ali Larijani, who's the war strategist for Iran, and Glarmoza Soleimani, who is the besieged commander. It's not going to last long. I know. Oh, they're putting groups in the ground now. No, they're putting 2,500 on the island of Karg because they want to make sure that Iran can't come back and use it. But they're not putting boots on the ground. As a matter of fact, word now coming out of the Middle East and through some channels. I could be wrong. This is just information that I've heard or seen. So I admittedly could be wrong. But there is a coalition among Middle Eastern countries that are organizing to try to actually handle the boot on the ground part. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out, if that does in fact work out. And I hope it does work out. Look, I said a couple weeks ago when all of this started, and I also said it when Leah was on the air with me from the Leah Files, that was always one of the plans, is that the local countries will do the boots on the ground, including Israel, to try to stabilize that nation. I also said that the Shah is probably going to return and try to be an interim government until they can get elections underway. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. But that's what it looks like so far. Over the weekend, CENTCOM confirmed that they used the GB272 Advanced 5K penetrator that was launched from the F-15, one of the greatest planes that's ever been invented. The F-15 is still, to this day, as old of technology and design that it is, still one of the most badass planes in the air. Yeah, the stealth guys have their place, and they do amazing things. But the F-15 being designed in, what was it, 75, 76, and for it still being in battle and still being one of the most successful fighter aircraft. But it also has the absolute most juice in the engines. The F-15 essentially can fly missing a wing, and that's not an exaggeration. That's how much thrust it has. It carried those 5,000-pound advanced bunker busters, and they hit what is believed to be numerous anti-ship missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz. As I mentioned earlier, they're trying to tighten that up because there's been attacks, because Iran don't have much else left. If they can't control the Strait of Hormuz, they don't have much less left in ways of missile launchers. And what they are launching now, too, you know, it's funny, tells you a lot. All the countries, including the Middle Eastern countries, that are involved. There we go. F-15 entered service in 1976. I was close, mission ready men. Thank you. I know my F-15 history a little bit. Anyways. But they're going after military targets and leadership targets in the country of Iran. Oh, look, there's an Iranian in the chat room under the name of Sean Lawrence. But yeah, we were talking about the Strait of Hormuz. And I was just laughing at this comment because it's absolutely ridiculous. So if they can open up the strait, and as these missile launches get less and less, and like I said, all the countries that are launching strikes within Iran are striking government facilities, they're striking leadership facilities, they're striking infrastructure that the military controls. That's the plan. And if you look at the videos coming out of Iran, which is still crazy to me to say, the videos coming out of Iran. I was talking to Jersey Joe on the phone earlier tonight. If you said last year, oh, we're getting a lot of videos out of Iran, I'd say bullshit. You can't get videos out of Iran. Now you can. Now you can get videos out of Iran, and it shows the people are still actively protesting, going against the leadership, including the IRGC and others. So you have that going on. But as the other countries, U.S., Israel, and the other countries that are joining, okay, and I don't think you do either, Sean, but thanks. Iran is doing exactly what Iran's always done, and they're targeting civilians in Israel and other countries. And that's the difference. And imagine that country with nukes when they get pissed off, and that leadership with nukes when they get pissed off. That's what they would do. They'd go after civilian populations. They're using cluster bombs on civilian populations. So that just gives you insight into how Iran is and what's going on there. And of course, there's the Jones Act waiver that was announced today, a 60-day waiver extension. And we'll see. Like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I got other things I want to talk about, but we will absolutely see where it's going to go. And look, I don't think there's going to be American troops on the ground in mainland Iran. I know Karg Island's going on there. And like I said, I think it's going to be other countries because that's what we've always wanted, is other countries to step in. So yeah, do I not remember how this war started? Yes, we started attacking the Iranian government. I remember, Sean, I was watching. So yeah, I remember. Anyway, let's go over the SAVE Act. There was another bill that was passed today. What do we have? 15 minutes left. Another bill that passed today that this one didn't get a lot of conversation in the media, and maybe I missed it. Maybe you did too. But this bill here was passed that would be automatic deportation of illegals who commit welfare fraud. And here's the passing of the bill right here.
186, the bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 231, the nays are 186. The bill is passed.
And of course, for some reason, the Democrats voted against that, which it just blows my mind. Because if you have immigrants here that are not American citizens who are committing fraud against the country, then why would we want to keep them here? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. But that's the Democrats showing their ass, which they're also showing it on the SAVE Act. So the SAVE Act has been tremendously beefed up. It's not the same version it was 2 years ago. There is a proof of citizenship requirement. Now, I've heard everything. Oh, women won't be able to vote. People of color won't be able to vote because the Democrats think they're not smart enough to be able to get an ID, to prove who they are, to get a copy of their birth certificate. It's incredible. And it's looking more and more, with the exception of the idiot from Alaska, that this bill might actually pass. Now, we were all hoping Fetterman would get on board. And this is a point where I don't agree with John Fetterman on this one, clearly, because I want the SAVE Act to pass. But I can also understand why he's not just given his party, and that's whatever. I disagree with it. I think this is a no-brainer as well. When we talk about our politics and we talk about our elections, which is one of the most sacred rights that we have in this country, even when they're utter douchebags and you don't like them, the simple fact of the matter is you have the right to pick the leaders of your country. Now, we're not a direct democracy. We're a representative government. We're a constitutional republic. That's how it is. So picking our leaderships to represent us, and again, I think we should repeal the 17th, but that's neither here nor there, is one of the most sacred things that we have. And when you have so many gaps in securing that, it's going to be comedy in the chat. That's got to be comedy in the chat. When you have so many gaps in the securement of that, it's actually a humongous issue. And that's not saying that every single election has been entirely rampant, but when you have elections that used to be able to be counted in days take 2, 3, 4, 5 days, when you have mail-in voting for people that have been dead for 15 years, when you have states that won't clear off their voting rolls, you start to ask a question as to why not. Clearing off voter rolls should be a no-brainer. There's no state that should not clean off their voter rolls every couple of years. Explain to me why they shouldn't. I think we should have to register to vote every 2 years or 4 years, something close to that. I think you should have to go in within every 4 years and prove that you're a citizen and you can vote. Pardon me. And I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't know what's wrong with that. Other than you want people to vote who are not citizens. That's the only other thing that could be wrong with that. You can make up all these excuses about how this person can't vote and that person can't vote. But then you have 80% of this country, as I've said before, who actually wants this passed. 80%. When was the last time this country's agreed on anything? Anything.
Who came to
at the 80 percentile on both sides of the aisle. Black people, Hispanic people. There's been nothing more recently that has been so agreed upon in this country other than the SAVE Act. And they're fighting it. You have the moron up in Alaska who's not going to vote on it. Why? It passed the vote today. The test vote went. It was 51 to 48. And of course, it's a motion to proceed, but that's one of the test votes. Murkowski was the lone Republican voting no. Her argument centers on the state rights, which that's a convenient argument. That is an absolute convenient argument. But the fact that they actually put it to the floor, look, I think John Thune is still garbage, and I think he needs to go. But the fact that they actually put it out there was incredibly smart for once. You have to get this going. And however the filibuster shows up, and it will, we just have to deal with it. But if you want to take so many questions that we've had, look, how many years now has there been questions in our elections about who's voting? And even the Democrats, every time Trump's won, oh, there's fraud. There's massive fraud in the system. And he's not, even Hillary Clinton doesn't believe that she lost. She's been on camera several times saying that. So why would we not want to remove doubt? Again, one of our most sacred rights in this country. Why would you not want to remove doubt? Because it's convenient to you. Now, they're already setting up. And I've said this before. Oh, you're going to see hundreds of thousands of people, the Democrats will say, who are not being able to vote. Okay, why? Well, do you know how hard it is to get your birth certificate? Yeah, you call City Hall of the county. Pay you $2 or $3 and get it mailed to you. You know, women's birth certificates are different when they get married. Yeah, you bring your marriage license with you. It's not hard. And I've said this before. If it comes down to the argument of people don't know how to get their ID or can't afford to get their ID, I would be 100% willing to have a government-issued ID to every citizen to make sure we secure our elections. It's a big cost, yeah. We spend a lot more money on other silly, frivolous things. I don't think that's silly or frivolous. I would give everybody an ID to remove that part of the argument. And then what? Then where's your argument? You're still worried about a couple 100,000 people not being able to vote? Because if that's the case, then it's because you know a couple 100,000 people are voting in the elections that shouldn't be. They're using somebody else's name. They're using somebody else's address. They're mailing in somebody else's vote. Because that's the only explanation at that point. A license is to perform something illegal. It's an interesting concept, but I don't necessarily agree with that. It wouldn't be a license to vote. It would just be an identification to vote. So that's my issue with the SAVE Act. And like I said, if you're on the fence about this, or if you're a leftist and you're like, well, I'm afraid people, if we give everyone an ID, would you approve it then? Would you want to make sure that your elections are secure then? Would that be totally fine? Game show. If people need to get their birth certificate to go vote, then people should start doing that right now, because not everyone has their birth certificate. Look, game show. I agree with you wholeheartedly. You should, as an adult, know where your birth certificate is. You need it for so many other things. Your social security card as well. You should have an ID. It shouldn't be a hard thing to do. You should be able to prove who you are as a citizen. Specifically, so, and it happens in the world of ID fraud and all this other stuff. You have to go and prove who you are at some point. You need to have all that together anyhow, but it's called adulting. That's what this is. It's adulting. You have to have all this stuff together. So, Sean Lawrence, the purpose is to prevent people. The purpose of the SAVE Act, Sean, in the chat room, is to prevent people who shouldn't be voting from voting in the election. That's what it's about. And in some states, you do need an ID to vote, but not everywhere. But yes, it would not stop citizens from voting. It would stop non-citizens from voting. Oh man, I absolutely love the trolls and the Democrats that come in the chat room and just say the same thing over and over and over again, like it matters. It doesn't matter. Who shouldn't be voting is non-citizens and felons. That's who shouldn't be voting: non-citizens and felons. Non-citizens have no right to vote in our country, and felons lose the right to vote in many cases. That's just part of life. That's part of the reality that we live in. Last time I voted, Game Show said it was in 2016. They took my... Yeah, so Game Show, plenty. It's easy to get an ID. Like I said, in California, you can get an ID and not be a citizen here. They have whole programs for stuff like that. So you need to be able to prove that you're a citizen. Yes, entirely, because the case, he's actually still not a convicted felon. You keep trying to say he's a felon. Guess what? That case hasn't been adjudicated yet. It's been on hold. So yeah, he can vote. And it's probably going to lose under appeal because they made up special laws to try to do I believe in the United States as a corporation? No. Ridiculousness. Sovereign citizen bullshit. Get out of here with the chat. Take off. Get out of here with the sovereign citizen bullshit. I've heard that argument for years. Maritime law, I'm just traveling. Blah, 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 blah. Ridiculousness. A couple other stories to cover before. What do I get? 6 minutes left? Oh, yes. And then you have people who try to claim to be smart, like Jamie Raskin, and then say the most ridiculous thing in the world and have to be schooled in it. And I present to you the little penis himself.
Invoking Tom Paine, who was an undocumented immigrant who came to this land in 1774, 2 years before the Revolution, and wrote Common Sense.
The member said, I think his opening sentence was, he said Thomas Paine was an illegal immigrant. My understanding was Mr. Paine was born in the UK, came to America, then a British colony in 1774. So I was just struggling to figure out how he was.
Oh, I didn't say he was an illegal immigrant. I said he was an undocumented immigrant. Just like Thomas Jefferson's family was. Most of our ancestors did not arrive here with
that. But Raskin is just so absolutely stupid. Another moron who doesn't know when to just go away is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene put this video up. This is heartbreaking. This is what we thought MAGA was going to end. We believe Trump would end this because he told us it would. This is Trump's new MAGA. And it shows a casket being loaded onto a plane, and under the caption it says, this illegal war has consequences. Sons and daughters are coming home in caskets for Israel, except for the fact that this video is actually not from that. It's been debunked several times, and you can go in and see the community notes. There's numerous websites. This is back from 2017. This video was put out. This video was actually for the Army Special Forces warrant officer Sean Thomas, who was a Green Beret who died on February 2nd, 2017 in Niger. And this was not taken this week, as many claim that it has. And this is when I talk to you about the dangers of social media. And look, how many times do I have to say this? Don't take my word from it. Don't take my word for anything. Hear what I have to say, and then go find the research yourself. Go do the actual work. Don't go to what people say something says. Don't go to what people go look it up yourself. Go to the source of whatever the information is and actually look it up. Stop taking other people's words from it, because you look like a moron. And Marjorie Taylor Greene still hasn't taken it down, even though there was 5 links underneath showing news stories from 2017 covering that. More morons in politics, and it never ends. And here's everyone's favorite bartender.
Graham. It's the authoritarians trying to create a black box, because once it is established, they can put political dissidents inside of it. But their hatred is a story, a myth, and we can choose to reject it. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller want you to believe that this is who we are as a country. And we are here to say that it is not. We are a country that has fought and defeated the Confederacy.
That was all Democrats. You forget, the Democrats love to forget that part, is that the Southern left, the Confederates, were all absolutely Democrats. Yeah, look, Sean, we finally agree on something. I don't think she's completely ugly minus her smile. She does have huge fucking teeth, but look, nobody's perfect. She's a pretty woman. Not saying anything about that. I'm not saying AOC is ugly as sin or anything like that. But yeah, she's not intelligent. That's my point on that. And then when I tell you that the left always loves to show you who they are, and they always love to show you what they want from us, what they really want from us, every once in a while, they like to let it leak out in public.
One question for those still supporting this regime. Do you think it's possible for you to get on IG Live, put a 45 in your mouth, and suck start that hoe? Would that be possible? That'd be great because y'all are cancer. And to deal with cancer, you either need to treat it or remove it. One question for those still supporting
And that
this
is,
regime.
of course, the loving, caring, and supportive left who loves everybody and loves people, yada, yada. And, of course, all do off ourselves. And that tells you exactly who many, many, many of them are. Folks, that's it for me here on the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. I'll be back Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 the East Coast. I know my newest fan, Sean Lawrence, will be here at 8 Monday. I'll see you. Thanks, big man. I know you really love me, so I appreciate you. I'll see you Monday. Biggest fan of the show right there. But it's not just me. It's not just me here on the Edge on SHR Media. Every Monday and Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 the East Coast, you have the Reaver of Common Sense, Jersey Joe. Tuesday and Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast. You have Mission Ready Men. That's tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast, right here on SHR Media. Tuesday and Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. You have Busy's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. And then Fridays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. on the East Coast, 4 p.m. Pacific. You have Beer and Bullstein with our good friend Lyle, who is just, his show is incredible. You got to check it out. There's a lot of good info there. And then, as we saw with this last Sunday, and we hope more people, more appearances will be there from him. The Lost Wanderer made an appearance on our YouTube, and make sure you check him out as well. He's such a great show, and I really enjoy it. Thank you so much for being here. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you to our mods for being here and taking care of us. You can get the shirts. Well, this isn't one of the official SHR shirts, but it's still from Seven Armors. Go to shrmedia.com. You can click on the 250 Reasons t-shirt at the top if you want to get some swag. I will see you Monday. Have a great rest of your week.